You made it in. Go ahead and settle wherever you're most comfortable tonight. And to my tired potatoes, and any quiet wanderers who ended up here without planning to, I'm really glad you're here. This one doesn't need your full attention. It's grounded in real history, but you can drift in and out of it as you start to wind down. Tonight, we're stepping into what it was like to be a fighter in a Colosseum. Not the spectacle people usually imagine, but the waiting, the routines, and the quiet moments before everything began. If you find yourself coming back to these kinds of stories, you're always welcome to stay a while and follow us to stay in the community to know when we release content you guys request. And if you feel like it, let me know where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. I like picturing where these stories end up at, and trust me, I'm sure you do as well. For now, just let your shoulders drop a little. Let your breathing slow down. Listen to the soft blend of rain and distant fire, and we'll ease into it together. The sand has not been raked yet. In a few hours it will be white and level and precise, the arena floor prepared with the particular care that Rome reserves for spectacle, and the crowd will fill the tiers above it in their tens of thousands, and the light will be different then. The full summer light of a Roman afternoon bouncing off stone and sand in a way that makes everything inside the oval impossibly bright. But right now, the Colosseum is dark and empty, and the sand is still marked from whatever happened yesterday, and the only sound inside it is the sound of the city outside its walls, which is already moving, already loud, already building toward the day that is coming. My tired potatoes, the day that belongs, in ways that the rest of Rome's days do not, entirely to you. You wake before the horn, the body already running its calculation before the mind has assembled itself into the version that thinks in words, rather than in the older and more physical language of readiness and threat. The barracks are dark. The room you sleep in holds several men, the pallets close enough together that in winter the shared warmth is a practical necessity rather than a comfort, and the breathing of the men around you is the sound you have woken to more mornings than you can count in the years since you came to this place. Some of them are already awake. You can tell by the quality of the breathing, the ones whose breath has the specific shallowness of people lying still on purpose, rather than the slower depth of actual sleep. The ones who are fighting today, the ones whose bodies have done the same calculation yours has, and arrived at the same conclusion before dawn. You lie still for a moment, not from reluctance, though reluctance is present. A reasonable and appropriate response to the information your body is processing, but from the habit that the lanista, the trainer who runs this ludus, has spent years building into the men who train here. The habit of stillness before movement, of assessment before action, of knowing what is around you before you commit to moving through it. The habit was built for the arena, but it lives in everything now. The Ludus Magnus, the great training school attached to the Colosseum by a tunnel that runs beneath the street, was not a comfortable place in the way that word implies softness or ease. It was a practical place, built to the specifications of the work it housed. The training ground in its centre open to the sky and surrounded by the tiered cells where the fighters lived, each cell small and plain, the window looking out onto the training ground so that the view from your sleeping space was always the place where the work happened. The sand already raked at this hour, the wooden post at the centre of the ground still carrying the marks of yesterday's practice on its surface. The archaeological record of the gladiatorial barracks at Pompeii, preserved by the same catastrophe that ended the city, gives the bones of what this life looked like in physical terms. The rooms were small, the equipment stored and organised with the efficiency of people who understood that disorder in the things you depended on was a form of danger. The food was better than popular imagination suggests. The gladiatorial diet, documented in osteological studies of gladiatorial remains, as high in carbohydrates and protein, the bodies of fighting men maintained with the serious attention that the Lanista's investment required, a gladiator being an expensive asset that the Ludus had a practical interest in keeping functional. You are not always here. The life before this one is present in you the way early things are always present, not as memory exactly, but as the body that the earlier life produced, the particular way you hold yourself that comes from before the training, the language that still moves in your thoughts, in the hours before sleep, in the tongue you spoke before Latin became the language of every waking hour. You came here by one of the routes that men came to the arena, not the only route, not the most common one, but one of the real ones. And the route is yours, and it is behind you now, and what is in front of you is the day. The horn sounds. Across the barracks the sound of men rising, the particular efficiency of it, no wasted motion, the body going from horizontal to vertical with the directness of people who have done this enough times that the movement has been stripped of everything unnecessary. You dress in the dark, the familiar weight of the tunic, the sandals laced with the automatic attention of hands that have performed this task enough times that the eyes do not need to supervise it. The morning is the time of ritual, and the rituals matter in a way that is not superstitious, not entirely but practical. The mind needing something to do with the hours before the fight that is neither dwelling on what is coming nor avoiding thinking about it, the middle path being the rituals that organize the time and give the body something to perform while the mind holds what it holds. The Lannister understood this. The men who had been fighting longest understood this. The rituals were not imposed but transmitted, the newer fighters absorbing the habits of the older ones through observation, before they understood why the habits existed. You splash water on your face from the basin in the corner of your cell. The water is cold and the cold is useful, the shock of it producing a clarity that the slow waking of the body takes longer to achieve. You look at your hands. They are the hands of a man who's been doing this for years, the knuckles thickened, the grip strength built into them visibly, the specific calluses of the specific weapons you have trained with since the day the Lannister assessed your build, and your reflexes and your temperament, and decided what kind of fighter you were going to become. The hands are ready. They are always ready, or they are as ready as hands can be for what they are asked to do, which is something that readiness cannot fully account for and that only the moment itself will settle. The men gather in the common space before the morning meal. The gathering has its own social texture, the fighters arranged by unspoken convention in the configurations that the years of living and training together have produced. The men who are fighting today slightly separate from the men who are not excluded but given the particular space that people give to others who are facing something they are not facing, a form of respect that does not require articulation. Seneca, who watched gladiatorial combat with the ambivalent fascination of a man whose philosophy told him to be above spectacle, and whose human nature brought him to the arena anyway, wrote about the gladiator's relationship with death in terms that described the fear not as weakness, but as the appropriate response of a rational being to a genuine threat. The courage of the arena being not the absence of fear, but its management, the ability to do what the moment required while the fear was present rather than resolved. He was describing something from the outside that the men in this room lived from the inside, and the description was not wrong even if the angle was different. You know the man you're fighting today. You have seen him train, have assessed the way he moves in the particular analytical way that the years in the Ludus produce, the eye developing a grammar of body mechanics and weapon handling, and the tendencies that emerge under pressure that is as precise as any language. What you know about him is useful. What you do not know about him is what he will do in the specific conditions of today, in this light and on this sand, and in this particular state of readiness or unreadiness that neither of you can fully predict until you're standing in the arena and the crowd is above you, and the fight is simply what is happening. The meal is brought in, you eat. The eating is another ritual, performed with the full attention that the Lannister demanded of everything performed in this place. Because the man who eats well before a fight is the man who has understood that the body requires fuel regardless of what the mind is doing with the fact of what is coming, and the man who cannot eat before a fight is the man whose fear has already begun to cost him something he will need. You eat. The food is plain and adequate, and you taste very little of it, which is normal, the senses narrowing slightly in the hours before combat, in the direction of the information they will need rather than the information that is merely present. The bread, the olive oil, the barley that has been the gladiatorial diet since before anyone in this room was born. Outside the barracks the city is fully awake now, the sound of it through the walls, a constant presence that has been the background to your life in this place for years, and that today, as on all fight days, carries a quality that ordinary days do not have. The city already moving toward the arena, already anticipating what you're only beginning to prepare for. The light is coming now. Through the window, the training ground is visible in the grey quality that precedes the actual sunrise, the wooden post at its centre casting no shadow yet, the sand around it pale and unmarked, and ready for whatever the morning practice will ask of it. The day has arrived in the way that the days that matter always arrive, not with drama, but with the simple fact of being there. The night over, the hours ahead already in motion, the fight at the end of them as certain as anything in this life can be certain. Not here exactly, not this morning with this opponent and this crowd and whatever this day will decide, but the shape of it. The waiting and the ritual and the meal and the light coming through the window of the barracks. You have been here before, and you are still here, and that is the whole of what you know that is useful. The horn sounds again. The training ground is yours for an hour before the rest of the city wakes fully. The light is still low and indirect, the sand cool underfoot, the air carrying the particular quality of a Roman morning in summer before the heat has built itself into the thing it will become by midday. You move through the warm-up sequence that the years have made automatic, the body finding its range of motion with the efficiency of machinery that has been well maintained, each movement producing information about the state of things today, the shoulder that was stiff last week looser now, the knee that has opinions in cold weather silent in the summer warmth, the hands opening and closing around an imagined grip with the particular readiness that fight days produce in the muscles before any weapon has been touched. The wooden post at the centre of the training ground has been taking punishment since before you came to this ludus. Its surface is marked with the accumulated impacts of years of practice. The wood compressed and darkened in the areas that receive the most strikes. A record of the work that has happened in front of it written in the grain of the wood itself. You work against it now, not with the intensity of actual training, but with the focused ease of a man checking the instrument rather than playing it. The strikes landing with enough force to feel the feedback, but not enough to cost anything that the afternoon will need. The other fighters who are on today move through their own preparations around you, each in the particular idiom of their own habits, the routines that years of fighting have produced in each of them. The secutor across the ground, who rolls his shoulders in the same sequence every morning, right then left, then both together, has been doing it since before you knew his name. The Mamillo near the wall, who closes his eyes for several minutes before he touches any equipment, standing perfectly still with his hands at his sides in a stillness that is not the stillness of inattention, but of the most focused kind of attention, turned entirely inward. You do not know what he is doing in those minutes. You know that he has done it before every fight for as long as you have known him, and that he is one of the most dangerous men in this ludus, and the connection between those two facts is the only information you need about the practice. The gladiatorial games of imperial Rome were not a spontaneous entertainment. They were a managed institution, organised and administered with the bureaucratic thoroughness that Rome applied to everything it considered important, which is to say, everything that touched the management of public attention and the demonstration of imperial power. The editor, the person who funded and organised the games, made decisions months in advance about the pairings, the order of bouts, the categories of fighters to be displayed, the decisions working their way down through the administrative structure of the games until they arrived, some days or weeks before the event, at the lanista, who received the information and began the specific preparation that the pairing required. You knew your opponent before today. The lanista told you 10 days ago. The information delivered with the practical directness of a man communicating a logistical fact, rather than a dramatic development. The name and the category, and what was known about his recent record and his fighting style. The assessment clinical and useful, the kind of briefing that a commander gives before an engagement rather than the kind that a dramatist writes. You received it the same way, filed it in the part of your mind that works on problems in the background, returning to it in the training sessions and the quiet hours of the barracks. Not obsessively, but with the patient analytical attention of someone who understands that preparation is the only variable in this situation that you control. He fights in the net and trident style, the retiarius, which means he will try to keep distance and use the net to disrupt your movement before the trident comes, the style relying on the reach advantage of the trident and the psychological effect of the net, which is considerable. You have fought against the net before. You know the override is possible, that it requires a specific quality of calm that is not the absence of the panic response, but the maintenance of function alongside it. The equipment is brought out by the attendants after the warm-up. The pieces laid out with the systematic care of people who understand that equipment failure in the arena is not an inconvenience, but a category of problem with consequences that nobody in this building wants to be responsible for. You check each piece yourself regardless. The same check in the same order that you have performed before every fight, because the checking is yours. The helmet first, the cheek guards, the grille, the neck guard, the fit of the hole against your head, the vision through the grille assessed not by looking at something specific, but by moving the eyes through the full range of motion and noting whether the grille interrupts that range in any way that it did not interrupt it last time. It does not. The helmet is what it was. The shield, its weight, its balance, the grip, the way it sits against the forearm and the hand together, the edge condition, the surface. The shield is a tool and a weapon simultaneously. The edge used for striking as well as the face used for blocking. And a shield whose edge has developed a problem since the last inspection is a shield that will communicate that problem to you in the worst possible moment. It has not developed a problem. The shield is what it was. The sword lust drawn from the scabbard, with the practiced smoothness of a hand that has drawn it so many times, the motion has become a single gesture rather than a sequence of smaller ones. The weight of it is so familiar that unfamiliar would be the alarming sensation, the heft and balance that your arm has calibrated itself to over years of use, now simply the extension of your hand that it feels like. The edge is sound, the point is sound, the grip is secure. The assessment has been made through the systematic check of the things that can be checked, the unknown variables of the afternoon set aside because they cannot be addressed here, and the variables that can be addressed have been addressed. And that is the whole of what preparation can do. The city outside the barracks has found its full voice by now. The sounds of the morning market giving way to the sounds of a city moving toward an event. The particular quality of crowd noise that builds across the hours before the games begin. Not yet the roar of the arena, but the distributed anticipation of 100,000 people organising themselves toward a single destination. Rome loved the games with an intensity that its philosophers found troubling, and its emperors found useful, the arena being the place where the empire's population was most fully assembled in one location, most fully visible to itself, and to the power that administered it. Marcus Aurelius, who attended the games because the emperor's presence was expected, and who found them tedious and occasionally disgusting, wrote in his private meditations about the importance of not being captured by spectacle, of maintaining the interior life against the noise of the crowd and the pull of sensation. He was writing about himself and about the crowd, about the citizens of Rome who filled the tiers of the Colosseum and gave themselves over to what was happening in the arena with a completeness that the emperor found philosophically undignified. He was not writing about you. The man in the arena does not have the option of maintaining philosophical distance from the spectacle. The man in the arena is the spectacle, and the question of dignity is organised differently from where he stands. You have thought about this across the years, in the particular way that men in your position think about the framework that contains them, not with the leisure of a philosopher, but with the practical urgency of someone who needs the framework to make sense in order to function inside it. It is something more like the understanding that the task in front of you is the task in front of you, and the crowd and the politics and the imperial power and the question of what it means that this is entertainment for a city of 1 million people are all real and all present, and none of them are what you can think about between now and the end of the afternoon. The lanista moves through the space where the fighters are completing their preparations, saying what he says on fight mornings, which is not inspirational and not ceremonial but practical. The last specific observations about opponents and conditions and the things that today requires that he has not already communicated in the preceding days of preparation. He stops at you. He looks at the equipment. He looks at you. He says what he has to say and moves on. The morning is nearly done. The procession assembles soon. The city is waiting as it has been waiting since before you woke, and the sand in the arena has been raked by now, white and level and precise, and the day that belongs to you is about to make its demands. The street outside the Ludus is already lined when the gates open. Not the full crowd, not yet, that assembles in the tiers of the Colosseum across the morning and reaches its full number, by the time the afternoon bouts begin, but the people who come early to watch the procession, who want to see the fighters before the arena frames them, in the street, at close range, moving through the ordinary city on their way to the place where the ordinary city stops applying. They press against the sides of the street and they watch you pass, and the watching has a quality that you have felt many times and have not found a word for, not admiration exactly and not hostility exactly, but something that contains both of those things and something else underneath them, the particular regard that people give to other people who are about to do something they themselves would not do. You walk. The procession moves at the pace that processions move, deliberate and visible, the purpose of it being as much the display as the transportation. Rome understanding that the movement of fighters through the city before the games was itself a form of spectacle, the anticipation built in the street becoming part of the energy that the arena would later contain and amplify. The fighters around you move with the same deliberate quality, the training ground efficiency translated into something that reads differently in public, the same economy of motion producing, in this context, the impression of readiness rather than merely the fact of it. The city smells of itself, the bread from the bakeries that have been going since before dawn, the animal smell of the cattle market somewhere to the north, the sharp particular smell of the fuller's shops along the street, where cloth is processed in the large vats that require a substance that Rome sourced from the public latrines, and that the fuller's street announces its presence with, from a considerable distance. The ordinary city in all its ordinary functions, the buying and selling and processing and arguing and living, that fills every street in Rome on every morning that is not fight day, and on fight days too, continuing alongside the procession, with the indifference that a city of 1 million people has toward any individual event occurring within it, however significant that event is to the people it contains. The feet know this route the way feet know routes that have been walked many times, not by conscious memory but by something more physical. The turns arriving before the landmarks that announce them, the body navigating without requiring the mind to direct the navigation. What changes each time is the crowd, which is never exactly the same crowd twice. The face is different, though the quality of attention in them is consistent. And what changes inside you, which you do not spend time trying to describe because the describing of it is not useful in the way that the management of it is useful. It has been present since you woke, running alongside the preparation and the ritual and the equipment check, and the morning practice in the way that a river runs alongside a road. Not the same thing as the road, not obstructing the road, but present and audible if you stop moving and listen for it. You do not stop moving. The fear is information, the same kind of information that the shoulders' looseness and the knees' silence and the hands' readiness are information, the body's report on the current state of things, and information is useful when it is used and not useful when it's dwelt upon. And the difference between using it and dwelling on it is the work of years and is never entirely complete. Kathleen Coleman, whose scholarship on the Roman spectacles examined the gladiatorial games as a cultural institution rather than merely as entertainment, described the procession as a threshold ritual, the passage from the world of the ludus to the world of the arena marked by the public movement through the city's streets, the fighter becoming, through the act of being seen by the crowd in this way, something different from what he was inside the barracks walls. The threshold is real. You feel it in the street the way you would feel a change in temperature, not dramatic but unmistakable. The Colosseum appears at the end of the street the way large things appear when you have been moving toward them through smaller streets. Not gradually but suddenly, the scale of it arriving all at once when the street opens into the space around the structure's base. You have seen it many times and the scale still lands. The Colosseum at close range, the 4 tiers of arched openings rising above you, the stone that has been here for generations already, and that will be here for generations after everyone currently entering it is gone, produces in the body a response that is not fear and is not awe exactly, but is the specific physical sensation of smallness, the body registering its own scale against a scale that dwarfs it. The structure was completed under the Emperor Titus in 80 CE, built on the site of the artificial lake of Nero's Golden House. The reclamation of the space itself, a political statement about the difference between an emperor who took land from the people for his private pleasure and an emperor who returned it as public spectacle. It could hold 50,000 people, some estimates placing it higher, the tiers arranged so that the crowd's noise, which was considerable and which had a specific acoustic quality produced by the stone and the shape of the oval, fell down into the arena in a way that was different from how crowd noise felt in open air. More contained, more directional, pressing down from all sides simultaneously. You have stood in that noise, you know what it does to the body, which is something that description approximates but does not reproduce. The sound less heard than felt, the chest and the gut receiving it before the ears have finished processing it. The crowd's reaction to what is happening in the arena arriving in the bodies of the people in the arena before it arrives in their minds as understood sound. This is one of the things about the arena that the people in the tiers do not know from the inside, the particular quality of being inside the noise rather than producing it. The way the crowd's energy is not motivating in the way that popular accounts of gladiatorial combat tend to suggest but is simply present. A physical fact of the environment that the body has learned to incorporate into its functioning the way it incorporates the heat or the light. The entrance to the arena for the fighters is not the entrance the crowd uses. You move through the passage beneath the structure, the vomitoria that feed the crowd into the tiers above reversed in direction here, taking you down rather than up, through the hypogeum, the underground complex beneath the arena floor that housed the mechanisms and the animals and the fighters waiting for their bouts, and the equipment and the attendants and the priests and the administrative apparatus of the games that the crowd above would never see. The hypogeum smells of stone and animals and the particular close air of underground spaces that do not fully exchange with the air above them. The light comes from torches set in the walls at intervals that illuminate the immediate space without connecting it to anything outside, the torches producing a warm and slightly unsteady light that makes the stone walls look different from how they look in daylight. The shadows moving in a way that daylight shadows do not move. The sounds from above are present but muffled. The crowd noise that has been building since the morning filtered through the stone of the arena floor into something that is felt more than heard, a low vibration in the walls and the floor that tells you the tiers are filling, that the morning events have begun, that the afternoon is arriving. You find your place in the space beneath. The fighters wait in the way that fighters wait, with the internal management of everything that waiting before a fight produces. The sand above you has been raked. You know this without seeing it. By now the morning events will have marked it with whatever they marked it with, and between now and your bout the attendants will rake it again, returning it to the level white surface that each major fight begins on. The surface that you will be standing on in some number of hours is being maintained above you by people you cannot see, in a space you cannot yet access, and all you can do with that information is what you have always done with the things you cannot affect, which is set it aside and return to the things you can. The torch on the wall holds its light, the stone holds its cold, the crowd above holds its noise, and you hold what you hold in the particular way of a man who has learned, across years of standing in this place, that holding is the whole of what the waiting requires. The hypogeum holds time differently from the world above it, not slowly, not the stretched quality that anticipation produces in some people, but with a density that ordinary time does not have, each minute containing more of itself than minutes usually contain, the awareness of what is coming pressing against the present moment from one side and the awareness of what has already been given up pressing from the other. The hypogeum is a world of its own. The passages connect chambers that each serve a specific function in the mechanics of the games, the animal holding areas with their smell of hay and large bodies, and the particular restlessness of creatures that know they are somewhere they did not choose. The equipment storage with its organised racks of weapons and armour checked and rechecked by the attendants who are responsible for the physical condition of everything that enters the arena. The waiting areas where the fighters sit or stand or move through whatever preparation the final hour requires. The torches on the walls produce a light that is warm but not generous, illuminating the immediate space and leaving the passages beyond it in a darkness that the imagination populates differently depending on the state of the person doing the imagining. You're sitting on a stone bench that has been sat on by fighters before every bout in this arena since the structure was completed, which means it has been sat on by men who went up through the gate above you and came back, and men who went up through the gate and did not come back, and the stone of it does not record which was which or care about the distinction, the stone being indifferent to everything that happens on and around it, which is one of the things that makes stone useful to be near when the mind needs something that will not be moved by what is moving it. In the years you've been doing this, you have developed an approach to the waiting that is not a technique exactly, but a practice, performed consistently enough that the performance itself produces a state, rather than the state being required before the performance can begin. You do not try to empty the mind of what it contains. The mind contains what it contains, and the trying produces struggle, and struggle produces tension, and tension is the thing that costs you in the arena, the body tightening around the fear rather than moving through it. What you do instead is let the mind have what it has, and direct the attention to the body. The breath, which has been slightly shallow since the procession began, deliberately slowed now, the exhale longer than the inhale, the body's own system for managing the state that the nervous system produces under threat working, when it's given the space to work rather than being overridden by the mind's insistence on thinking about the thing that is causing the threat. The hands, which have a tendency on fight days to grip whatever they are holding with more force than the holding requires, deliberately loosened, the fingers opened and reclosed at a tension that is readiness without rigidity. The Stoic philosophers whose ideas circulated through Rome in this period would have recognized the practice without naming it. Epictetus, who knew something about constraint that most philosophers did not know from the inside, having been a slave before he was a teacher, wrote about the discipline of attention as the primary tool of the person who cannot control their circumstances but can control their relationship to those circumstances. The gladiator and the philosopher had different relationships to the Roman power structure, one of them considerably more lethal than the other, but the tool Epictetus described was the tool you were using, and the using of it was the same regardless of who had named it. The sounds from above shift as the morning events give way to the afternoon programme. You can read the crowd through the stone the way a sailor reads weather through the quality of light. The different registers of the noise, communicating information about what is happening in the arena, that the walls and the floor translate into vibration and pressure rather than identifiable sound. The roar that means something has happened suddenly. The sustained noise that means the crowd is engaged with something developing rather than reacting to a single moment. The particular frequency that means the tiers are full rather than half full. The mass of 50,000 people producing a quality of vibration that 30,000 does not. The bouts before yours are proceeding in the sequence that the editor established, each one bringing your moment nearer with the same indifference to your feelings about the proximity that the stone bench brings to the waiting. The other fighters in the hippodrome are at different stages of their own preparation, some of them still in the early hours of the wait, some of them in the final minutes before the gate opens. The ones in the final minutes carrying a quality of stillness that is different from the stillness of earlier waiting, more concentrated, the attention having narrowed to the point where the peripheral world has largely stopped registering, and what remains is the gate and what is on the other side of it. The narrowed state produces not fearlessness, but a specific form of focus that operates independently of the emotional state it coexists with. The body able to do what it needs to do, because the attention has been directed entirely toward doing it, rather than toward the assessment of whether doing it is a good idea. The assessment was completed days ago. The training was completed years ago. What remains now is the execution, and the execution will be what it is, shaped by the preparation and the opponent and the specific conditions of the afternoon, and the variables that no amount of preparation can account for. And the acceptance of that last category is the final piece of the work that the waiting allows. There is a man in the Hypogeum who will not fight today. He's here in an administrative capacity, moving through the passages with the efficiency of someone managing a complex operation, checking on the fighters and the equipment and the animals and the timing. the games being as much a logistical achievement as an entertainment, and requiring the continuous attention of people who understand the logistics. He pauses at the chamber where you're waiting and looks at you the way the people who run the games look at the fighters, which is the look of someone assessing an asset's readiness rather than considering a person's well-being. The two things not mutually exclusive but not identical either. You return the look with the flatness that the years in this world have produced in you for this specific exchange. The man moves on. The passage resumes its torchlit normalcy. The stone walls continue their indifference. The archaeological evidence from the Hypogeum at the Colosseum, excavated and studied across the 20th century, shows the mechanical sophistication of the system that operated beneath the arena floor. The lifts and the trapdoors and the cage passages through which animals were moved from their holding areas to the arena surface. The whole apparatus designed to produce surprise and spectacle from below. Things appearing in the arena as if from nowhere, because the audience above could not see the infrastructure that produced the appearance. The fighters did not come up through the lifts. They came up through the gates, the Porta Sana Vivaria, the Gate of Life, and the Porta Libitinensis, the Gate of the Dead, name for the goddess associated with funerals, the naming of the gates being the arena's most direct acknowledgement of the two outcomes that every bout contained. You will come up through the Gate of Life, the outcome you're preparing for and the outcome you intend. And the intending and the preparing are everything you have, and they are enough to stand on, and standing on them is the whole of what the waiting has been for. The gate above you is visible from the bench. It is a plain wooden structure reinforced with iron, functional rather than ceremonial, the ceremony reserved for the arena floor above it where the crowd can see. Through the gaps in the wood, the light from above comes through in thin, bright lines. The afternoon sun of Rome in summer, sharp and direct, entirely different in quality from the torchlight of the Hypogeum, and the brightness of those lines against the dark of the underground space is the visual fact of what is waiting above. The world of the arena present in the Hypogeum as light through a gate that has not yet opened. The crowd noise is a constant now, the tiers full and the afternoon programme engaged, the sound of it coming through the floor as the particular pressure that 50,000 people assembled in one place produces. You have stopped passing it. The information it was carrying has been received and the remainder is simply environment. Present the way the torchlight is present, the way the cold of the stone is present, the way the smell of the Hypogeum is present. Background to the foreground of your own body in this moment. The breath and the hands and the particular quality of readiness that years of doing this have taught you to recognise when it arrives. Not announced, not decided, simply present in the way the light through the gate is present. The preparation complete and the body ready, and the afternoon above you doing what the afternoon does, waiting for nothing, indifferent to everything, proceeding with or without your participation toward the moment when the gate opens and the light comes down and the sand receives your weight and the crowd becomes the thing it becomes when the fighters enter and the bout begins. The gate will open soon. You sit with that and let it be what it is. The light hits you before anything else. Coming up through the gate from the Hypogeum's torch-lit dark into the full afternoon sun of the arena is a physical event, not a visual one. The light not seen so much as received by the whole surface of the body at once, the heat and the brightness arriving simultaneously as a single sensation that the eyes need a moment to resolve into the specific shapes of the world above, the sand, the walls, the tiers rising on all sides with their tens of thousands of people, the crowd becoming visible as a mass before it becomes visible as individual faces, the sheer scale of the assembled attention pressing down into the arena from every direction. The body knows what to do with it, the eyes adjusting, the breath finding its rhythm, the focus narrowing from the overwhelming totality of the arena down to the ground in front of you, and the gate on the opposite side and the figure emerging from it, which is the only thing in this space that requires your attention now, the 50,000 people in the tiers having ceased to be relevant from the moment the gate opened. He is larger than you expected, not dramatically, not in a way that changes anything, but the body assesses these things automatically and files the information before the mind has been consulted, the adjustment already being made in the weight distribution, and the distance calculation, and the first steps across the sand. He moves the way you expected from the assessments of the preceding days, the retiarius carrying the net in his left hand and the trident in his right, with the practiced ease of a man whose body has organised itself around these implements for years, the net held slightly away from the body at the height and angle that allows the fastest cast, the trident trailing behind at the ready. He is reading you the same way you are reading him. Both of you have been doing this long enough to know that the first exchange of information happens before any weapon is moved. The sand is different from the training ground sand. Finer, more uniform, raked to a level surface that receives the foot differently than the packed earth of the Ludus training area. The slight give of it changing the physics of movement in ways small enough that the untrained body would not notice them, and large enough that the trained body has already recalibrated. You have fought on this sand before. The calibration is automatic. He casts the net at the range where most fighters are not yet expecting it, which is the tell you identified in the assessments of his previous bouts, the early cast being his opening move when he reads confidence in his opponent, the attempt to catch the adjustment off guard. You read the cast coming in the positioning of his left shoulder 3 steps before the arm moved and you moved left and the net passed to your right and opened on the sand behind you, and he was already moving, closing the distance that the failed cast should have bought him. The trident coming forward at the angle that was the natural follow to the net throw, and you brought the shield up, and the trident point scraped across the face of it with a sound and a force that travelled from the shield through the forearm into the shoulder, which noted it and continued. The crowd made a sound. You did not hear it as a sound. It arrived as a change in the pressure of the air, the collective response of 50,000 people to a single moment registering in the body before it registered anywhere else, and then it was gone, and there was only the opponent 3 feet away, the trident recovered, the net already being gathered with the quick practiced motion of a man who has thrown and missed before, and who knows that a net on the ground is an anchor rather than a weapon, and that recovering it is the first priority after a failed throw, not the dense time of the apogum, and not the ordinary time of the morning, and not the stretch time of the procession, but something specific to the state that combat produces, a compression and an expansion simultaneously. The moments that require decision arriving with a slowness that allows them to be seen clearly, and the moments between them passing with a speed that the mind does not fully record. You will not be able to give a complete account of what happened afterward. This is normal. The fighters who describe their bouts in complete narrative sequence are describing something constructed after the fact from the fragments that the memory retained, and the fragments are real, but the sequence is an imposition. The weight of the shield as you drove it forward into his reaching arm, deflecting the trident's line rather than blocking it, the deflection requiring less force and producing better positioning than the block, the sand under your right foot at the moment of the drive, the slight give of it, the way the foot found purchase anyway, the sound of his breathing at close range, the specific rhythm of a man working hard and managing it, different from the rhythm of a man beginning to fail. The moment his left foot slipped on the disturbed sand near the edge of the scattered net, the slip small and immediately corrected but present in his movement for the next several exchanges as a slight asymmetry, the body compensating for a surface condition that the left foot had filed away as a caution. You used that asymmetry. The opportunity arrived when it arrived, not manufactured, not forced, but recognised when it was present and acted on without the deliberation that would have let it pass. The body made the decision before the mind was consulted, and the mind's review of the decision, happening simultaneously in the background, found its sound, and the exchange that followed was the exchange that ended the first phase of the fight, his balance broken and your advantage established, and the geometry of the space between you shifted in a way that both of you understood simultaneously. No words required. He was good. He recovered from the balance break with a speed that less experienced fighters would not have managed. The net recast with a precision that caught the edge of your shield and wrapped it, the pull of it testing the grip and the shoulder simultaneously, and you held both and stepped into the pull rather than against it. the move counterintuitive enough that his body, reading the grip and the shoulder and expecting resistance, was briefly ahead of where the actual confrontation was. That gap between where his body expected you to be and where you were was the space the fight gave you. Small, specific, present for the duration of a single exchange and gone after it. You put everything the morning and the years had prepared into that space, and the trident went down and his knee went to the sand and the fight was in that position of decision that every bout reaches eventually, the crowd making the sound it makes when the position is clear, which is the sound of a question being asked to the editor in the tier above. The thumb turned or not turned. The decision not yours and not his. The editor turned the thumb. The crowd's response registered as pressure in the chest before it resolved into sound, and the sound was the sound of 50,000 people approving of a life continuing, and the man on the sand heard it and understood what it meant, and you stepped back and let the attendants come forward and the fight was done. The sand is marked now. The neat surface that the morning's raking produced is gone, replaced by the record of what happened here, the scuffed areas and the furrow where the net dragged, and the darker patch where something was spilled, and the deep impressions of feet that were working hard in a small space for several minutes. The arena floor after a fight is a document the way the Arabian horse's body is a document, every mark pointing somewhere, recording the specific event that produced it. You're standing in the middle of it. The crowd is still making noise, the approval register neither warming nor cooling, simply present as information. The attendants are moving around you and around the man who's being helped from the sand, and the equipment is being gathered, and the mechanisms of the games are proceeding with the efficiency of an institution that has done this many times and will do it many more times after today. The editor in the tier above is already attending to the next bout. The crowd is already moving on. The particular quality of being present in the world after a moment that contained the genuine possibility of not being present in it registers differently from any other aliveness the day has offered. The sand under your feet, the sun on your face, the sound of the crowd already moving on to the next thing, the breath, which has been doing its work throughout, still doing it now, steady and deep and present. The gate through which you will leave the arena is the gate of life, and you are going through it, and the afternoon light is full and direct and indifferent and entirely on you, and you walk toward the gate with the body that the morning gave you, and the gate receives you, and the hypodrome is cool and dark beneath, and the torchlight is the same torchlight, and the stone is the same stone, and you are through. The first thing the body does when the fight is over is remember that it has other concerns. The narrowing of attention that combat produces, the focus so complete that the body's ordinary maintenance systems cede priority to the systems that are keeping you alive and functional in the immediate moment, begins to release the moment the gate closes behind you and the hypodrome receives you back into its torchlit dark. The shoulder that took the trident's force through the shield makes itself known. The right knee, which performed without complaint throughout, now offers a specific report on the landing that happened in the third exchange, the one where the sand shifted and the foot came down at an angle that was not ideal. The hands, which have been gripping the sword and the shield since the gate opened, release their implements to the attendants, and the release produces in the fingers a trembling that is not weakness, but the body's return from one state to another, the sustained tension of grip giving way to the ordinary relaxed state of hands that are not holding anything. You sit on the bench in the medical area of the hypogeum. The physician who works the games is not gentle but is thorough. The assessment of the shoulder and the knee and the various minor impacts that the body absorbed during the fight conducted with the same clinical efficiency as the equipment check. The physician running through the inventory of damage with the practiced speed of someone who has done this after every bout in this arena for years, and who has developed, across that experience, a precise calibration of what requires immediate attention and what can wait until the evening. The shoulder requires attention. The trident's force, transmitted through the shield and the forearm and into the joint, has produced a strain that the physician identifies by pressing with 2 fingers in a specific location and reading your response to the pressure. the response involuntary enough to be diagnostic regardless of any effort on your part to manage it. He wraps it with the efficiency of someone who has wrapped many shoulders, the bandage tight enough to provide support without restricting the blood flow that the healing will require, the technique practiced enough that the wrap is complete before the discomfort of the pressing has fully registered. The systems that were elevated for the fight, the heart rate, the breath rate, the hormonal state that sharpens perception and narrows focus and produces the specific quality of time that the arena operates in. These do not simply switch off when the immediate threat is resolved. They descend across minutes and then hours through states that have their own qualities, the first being a kind of electric aliveness, the body still running on the chemistry of what it was just doing, the senses still heightened and the mind still quick in the particular way that the narrowed state produces. This is the state in which the fight is most fully present. The specific exchange is still accessible in the body's memory, before the mind has begun the process of converting them into narrative. The weight of the shield and the sound of the breathing and the sand under the foot available as sensation rather than as story. Some of the men in the ludus talk extensively in this state, the aliveness finding expression in words, the account of the fight given to anyone who will listen with a detail and a vividness that will not be available later, when the body has settled and the mind has organised the material into something more orderly and less alive. The aliveness stays interior, held rather than expressed, moving through you the way the fear moved through you this morning, alongside rather than through. The medical area of the hypodrome is not quiet. The games are still proceeding above, the sounds from the arena floor coming through the stone in the same vibration that accompanied your weight, and the fighters who have completed their bouts move through the space with the varied qualities of men who have come through different kinds of afternoon. The ones who are unhurt and won carry a specific quality of quiet that is not subdued but contained, the energy of the fight still present but no longer requiring expression. The ones who are injured and won carry a different quality, the pain and the relief coexisting in a combination that produces a particular kind of stillness. The ones who lost and were spared carry what they carry, which is theirs, and which you do not look at directly. The lanista comes through the medical area after the physician has finished. He moves with the efficiency of someone assessing the day's results across multiple investments simultaneously. His financial stake in the fighters he trains and rents, to the games, making his interest in the aftermath not personal, but not impersonal either. The line between the two having blurred across years of working with the same men, in the same institution. He looks at the shoulder. He asks the physician a question. He receives an answer. He looks at you with the look that contains more information than it displays, the compressed communication of a man who has been reading fighters for a long time, and who has learned that the most important things about the state a man is in after a fight are not the things the man is likely to say about it. He says something brief. You say something brief. He moves on. It is the idiom of the relationship, shaped by years of exactly this kind of exchange. The professional compression of communication between two people who have a specific function in each other's lives, and who have learned to conduct that function without the social elaboration that other kinds of relationships require. You understand what he said. He understood what you said. The exchange was complete. The food arrives in the early evening, after the games have ended, and the Colosseum above has begun the process of emptying itself of the 50,000 people who filled it for the afternoon. The sound of the crowd's departure, audible in the hypogeum as a different quality of vibration from the assembled crowd, dispersed and directional rather than contained and central. The food is what the gladiatorial diet has always been, the barley and the legumes and the protein that the osteological record of gladiatorial remains documents with the specificity of people who left their bones to the questions of later centuries. You eat with the appetite that the body produces after extreme exertion, which is different from ordinary hunger, in the way that the aliveness after combat is different from ordinary aliveness, more fundamental, more insistent, the eating an act of maintenance rather than enjoyment and valued as such. The men around you eat with the same quality of attention. The table, if the low surface on which the food is placed and around which the fighters arrange themselves can be called a table, is not a social occasion in the way that meals in other contexts are social occasions. It is a refueling, conducted in the company of men who share the afternoon's context without requiring it to be spoken about. The shared understanding of what the day contained making most of the words that would otherwise fill the meal unnecessary. Fieke Meyer, whose history of the gladiatorial games drew on the full range of ancient sources to reconstruct what the institution looked like from the inside, rather than from the perspective of the spectators who have left the more extensive record, described the gladiatorial community as a genuine community. Men who lived and trained and ate and competed together across years, the bonds formed in the ludus having the specific quality of bonds formed in conditions of shared risk, closer and less negotiable than the bonds formed in ordinary social life, because the conditions that produced them were not ordinary social conditions. You know the man across the table from you well enough to read his afternoon in the way he holds the cup, in the specific set of his shoulders, in whether he is eating with the appetite that the body produces after a good fight, or the appetite that it produces after a fight that went wrong in ways that the body is still processing. His afternoon went differently from yours. You do not ask about it. You pass him the bread. The shoulder aches with the particular quality of a joint that has been strained rather than damaged. The ache deep and consistent rather than sharp and specific. The kind of pain that is information rather than emergency. The body reporting the cost of the afternoon in the honest accounting that it always presents when the narrowed state is fully released and the ordinary maintenance systems have resumed their regular operation. You have paid this kind of cost before. The shoulder will be assessed again in the morning, and the training will be adjusted for the days while it heals, and in 2 weeks or 3 it will be what it was, the body's capacity for repair being one of the things that the years in the ludus have taught you to rely on with a confidence that is based in evidence rather than optimism. The knee is less than the shoulder, the specific report it offered in the medical area already quieter now, the body having decided that what happened there was within the range of things it can handle without escalating. The afternoon is held in the body the way the days that matter are held, not as narrative, not yet, but as physical memory. The specific sensations that the mind has not yet organised into story still available as sensation. The weight of the shield and the sound of the breathing and the sand giving under the foot, and the moment when the geometry of the space shifted, and both of you knew simultaneously what the afternoon had decided. The shoulder will heal, the knee will quiet. The afternoon will become part of the record that the years in this place are writing in you, one fight at a time, without ceremony and without conclusion, simply accumulating the way all things accumulate when the days keep coming and the body keeps meeting them. Tomorrow the training ground will be ready, the wooden post will be there, the sand will be raked, the lanista will have something to say about the shoulder and about the timing of the third exchange, and about the adjustment to the net defence that will be required in the next bout with a retiarius of that quality. You will be there to hear it, and that is enough. The barracks at night sound different from the barracks in the morning. In the morning the sound is of men moving towards something, the efficiency of bodies preparing for a known demand, the quiet, purposeful noise of a place that has a direction. At night the sound is of men arriving somewhere, the particular quality of a space that has absorbed a day and is now receiving the people the day has returned to it. The breathing is deeper, the movements are slower, the conversations, where they exist, have the low, unhurried quality of people who are no longer managing anything. The management of the day complete and the evening asking nothing that cannot wait until morning. You are on your pallet. The shoulder is wrapped, and the knee has been seen to, and the body has been fed, and the games are finished, and the Colosseum above the city has returned to the condition it maintains between events, which is the condition of a very large empty stone structure that has seen a great deal and is not in the habit of commenting on it. The city outside the barracks is doing what the city does at night, which is not sleeping exactly. Rome being the kind of city that does not fully sleep, but shifting registers, the commercial noise of the day giving way to the social noise of the evening, and then to the quieter and more particular sounds of a city in its later hours, the footsteps on stone and the distant music and the specific sounds of a place that is inhabited at every hour, but inhabited differently depending on which hour it is. The day has been a day, which covers more than it appears to cover when the day in question has been this one. You woke before the horn in the dark. You ate and trained and dressed and walked through the city under the eyes of strangers who watched you the way people watch things they are not sure they understand. You stood in the hippodrome and managed what the hippodrome required, and then went up through the gate into the full afternoon sun, and the sand and the 50,000 people, and the opponent and the net and the trident, and the moment when the geometry shifted and the afternoon resolved. And now you are on this pallet, in this room, with these men breathing around you, and the shoulder aching in its consistent way, and the knee quiet, and the city outside continuing its business, and the wooden post in the training ground standing in the dark in the empty courtyard with the marks of years of practice on its surface, waiting with the particular patience of wood for whatever tomorrow will bring to it. The hours before sleep on fight nights are the hours in which the day's material is most fully present and most difficult to set down. The body at rest and the mind still running on the chemistry that the afternoon produced. The specific exchanges of the fight returning not in sequence but in the associative way that physical memory works, arriving without announcement and without the narrative order that the waking analytical mind would prefer. The trident scraping across the face of the shield arrives first, the force of it travelling through the forearm and into the shoulder that is now wrapped and aching, the sand giving under the right foot in the third exchange, the breathing of the opponent at close range, the specific rhythm of it, the information it carried, the moment of the slip and the recognition of the asymmetry, and the decision made faster than decision usually operates, the body acting on what it perceived before the perceiving was complete. The mind will work on them across the night, processing them in the way that sleep processes experience, converting the raw sensation of the day into the integrated knowledge that tomorrow's body will carry without knowing it is carrying it, the adjustment to the net defense happening in the body's understanding rather than in any conscious lesson plan, the shoulder's memory of the trident's force stored alongside the adjustment that would reduce that force in a future exchange. The sleep that is coming is not the absence of the day's work, it is the continuation of it by other means. The other men in the room are at various stages of their own settling. The ones who fought today carry the specific quality of post-fight exhaustion that is different from the exhaustion of training, deeper and more complete, the body having spent something in the afternoon that training does not fully spend. The ones who did not fight today carry their own kind of tiredness, the training and the waiting and the watching of other men's afternoons having their own cost, different in kind but present. The man across the room, whose afternoon went differently from yours, is still. You cannot see him clearly in the dark, but you know the stillness, the quality of someone lying with their eyes open, the mind working on materials that the body wants to be done with and cannot yet release. You have been in that stillness after difficult afternoons, and you will be in it again, the career in the arena being long enough that the range of afternoons it contains is wide. And the wide range meaning that the days that go well and the days that go badly are both part of the record rather than either of them being the whole of it. The silence between fighters who have shared enough afternoons to understand each other's silences is its own form of company. The presence of another person who knows what the day contained being sufficient without requiring the day to be spoken about. The Colosseum was completed in 80 CE and held its last recorded games in the 6th century, which means it operated as a venue for the gladiatorial games for approximately 400 years, a span of time across which the institution changed, and the politics around it changed, and the specific forms of combat evolved, and the religious landscape of the empire shifted in ways that eventually produced the conditions for the game's end. Across those 400 years, on the afternoons when the games were scheduled, men went up through the gate from the hypogeum and onto the sand in the full afternoon light, and did what you did today, and some of them came back through the gate of life, and some of them came back through the other gate, and the sand was raked between bouts, and the crowd noise changed registers, and the editor made decisions, and the sun moved across the sky, above the open top of the Colosseum, in the way that the sun moves across everything, indifferently and on schedule. The record those men left is not primarily a written record. The gladiators themselves did not leave diaries. The written record of the gladiatorial games comes almost entirely from the outside, from the people in the tiers who watched, and the historians who recorded what the watchers described, and the philosophers who argued about what it meant, and the emperors who used it as a tool of governance, and the later scholars who assembled all of these sources into the picture of the institution that the present has inherited. The inside of the experience, the morning of the fight and the procession and the hypogeum and the specific quality of time in the arena, and the physician pressing 2 fingers into the shoulder afterward, and the bread passed across the table, and the night on the pallet with the mind still working, that record exists primarily in the bodies of the men who lived it, and those bodies are long gone, and what they knew they took with them. The Colosseum is still there, which is not a metaphor and is not a comfort. It is simply a fact. The structure outlasting by 15 centuries the institution it housed, and the men who fought in it, and the city that built it in its original form, and most of what that city believed about itself and the world. The stone holds the shape of what happened inside it, the way stone holds shapes, without comment and without preference. The arched openings and the tiers and the hypogeum below the arena floor present and documentable and entirely silent about what it felt like to be inside them on a fight afternoon in the 1st century of the Common Era. You were inside them. Today you are inside them, and the sand received your weight, and the gate of life received you when it was over, and now you are here, on this pallet, with this shoulder, in this room, and the day is complete in the way that only the days that asked everything of you are complete, fully spent, nothing held back, the body and the mind both given over to what the afternoon required, and now being returned to the ordinary condition of a man who has done what he came to do, and is still here to know it. The shoulder will be less tomorrow. You know this with the confidence of a body that has healed before and will heal again, the evidence of the past being the most reliable information available about the future in this specific domain, the body's track record with its own repair being long enough to constitute a form of expertise. The knee is already less than it was in the medical area. The mind will be less full of today when today is further away, the processing that sleep is doing right now, converting the raw material of the afternoon into something that will be present in the body's knowledge without requiring the mind's constant attention. The breath slows. This is not a decision. The body has been waiting for the permission that the palate and the dark and the completion of the day's accounting provide, and the breath finds its slower rhythm the way it finds it. By finding it, the transition from the elevated state of the waking fight-night mind to the beginning of the state that sleep requires happening gradually and without announcement. The breath, the leading indicator of the transition, the first thing to change and the thing whose changing allows everything else to follow. The training ground will be there in the morning. The wooden post will be there. The sand will be raked. The lanista will have his observations and the physician will reassess the shoulder, and the day will begin its ordinary construction from its ordinary materials, and you will meet it the way you have met every day that the arena has returned you to, with the body that the day before left you and the knowledge that the years have built into that body and the particular quality of presence that belongs to a man who has stood on the sand in the full afternoon sun and done what the afternoon required and is still here when the evening comes. The breath slows further. The shoulder holds its ache at a distance that is becoming manageable. The room breathes around you with the deep rhythm of men who have spent the day completely and are now in the process of recovering it, and the city outside continues its business in its quieter register, and the Colosseum stands in the dark above the hypogeum where the torches have burned low, and the sand on the arena floor is marked from the afternoon and will be raked before the next event, and the wooden post in the training ground waits with the patience of wood, and the night does what nights do. Rest now, my tired potatoes. You went into the arena today, not the stone one, not the sand and the sun and the 50,000 people, the one that the day built for you, whatever it contained, whatever it asked, whatever you brought to it and whatever it took. You went in and you are still here, and the gate of life received you, and that is the whole of what tonight requires you to know. Sleep now. The morning will have its own demands. They can wait. Welcome to the quiet world of post-Roman Britain, somewhere in the 5th or 6th century. You're standing in a landscape of rain-soaked fields, small settlements sheltered by woodland, and lives shaped more by weather and routine than by written record. This is the world that later became legend, but for now it's simply home. You wake up to the sound of rain on thatch, steady and familiar. The air inside smells of wood smoke and damp wool. Outside, the sky hangs low and grey, the way it does most mornings here. The fire overnight dries your layers, yet they retain a hint of moisture in this climate. The day begins with gathering, as most days do. You pull a cloak over your shoulders and step outside into the drizzle. The ground beneath your feet is soft, churned by weeks of rain into a familiar slickness. You know exactly where to walk to avoid the deepest mud near the doorway. Others are already moving through the settlement, heading toward the woodland edge with baskets and worn bags. You join them without much conversation. Everyone knows what needs doing. The rhythm of gathering is so embedded in daily life that it requires little discussion. You follow a path that winds between bare fields and scattered trees. The landscape feels endlessly damp. Puddles reflect the pale sky. Grass bends under the weight of water. Your shoes, simple leather things tied with cord, are soaked within minutes, but the situation is normal. Dry feet are a luxury reserved for sitting by the fire. At the woodland edge, you begin looking for kindling, dead branches that have stayed somewhat dry beneath the canopy. You test each piece with your hands, checking for rot or excessive dampness. Good fuel is precious in a climate where everything wants to stay wet. You gather slowly, methodically, knowing that rushing achieves nothing useful. Others spread out nearby, each person working their own familiar section. Someone finds a patch of edible greens and calls out softly. A few people move over to help gather, their hands moving quickly through the damp leaves. The greens will add something fresh to the evening meal. You take your share and tuck them into your bag. Children move through the trees in a small group, searching for anything useful. They know to look for certain mushrooms, for fallen nuts that might still be valuable, and for the particular bark that can be stripped and used for cordage. Their knowledge comes from watching adults, from gentle correction, and from years of walking these same paths. You move deeper into the woods, where the ground is slightly less waterlogged. Here you can gather longer sticks suitable for tool handles or repairs. You select carefully, looking for straight growth without too many knots. Each piece you take will be used completely. Nothing is wasted when materials are this hard won. The rain continues, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but always present. You adjust your cloak and keep working. There's a certain comfort in the steadiness of it. The rain is reliable. It shapes everything, but it's also just the backdrop to life, as constant as breathing. By midday, your basket is reasonably full. You've gathered fuel, food, and materials for repairs. Others are finishing too, their containers loaded with similar finds. You all begin the walk back together, moving slowly through the wet landscape. The return journey feels longer. Your load is heavier now, and the rain has picked up slightly, but you're in no particular hurry. The day stretches ahead with more tasks, but none of them require speed. You pause once to rest, setting your basket down and letting your shoulders ease. Someone shares a handful of berries they found near a stream. The berries are tart and cold from the rain, but welcome. You share some of your greens in return. This quiet exchange of gathered goods happens naturally without ceremony. Back at the settlement, you sort through what you've collected. The kindling goes to a covered area where it can dry further. The greens go to someone preparing food. The sticks you gathered will be shaped later, when there's time to sit and work with steady hands. You notice how much of gathering is about patience. You must patiently wait for the appropriate time to venture out. You are patiently waiting for the materials to dry. The seasons shift. bringing with them a variety of resources. The landscape provides resources, but according to its own schedule, and you have learned to work within that rhythm. The afternoon brings more gathering of a different sort. You head to the fields where last season's crops have left stubble and scattered grain. You move through the rows with a small sack, collecting what the birds haven't taken. It's tedious work, bending and searching, but every handful counts. Others work nearby in the same field, spread out across the wet ground. The work is solitary but companionable. You can see people you've known your whole life doing the same task, their movements as familiar as your own. Rain drips from your hood and runs down your back. Your hands are cold and stiff, but you keep working because the present is simply what the day requires. Later, by the fire, your hands will warm. Later, there will be rest. For now, there is a gathering. As evening approaches, you make one final trip to collect water. The stream runs fast and brown with runoff, swollen by days of rain. You fill your containers carefully, making sure no mud gets in. The water will need to settle before it's used, but that's expected. Walking back with the heavy water vessels, you feel the day's work in your shoulders and legs. It's a beneficial tiredness, the kind that comes from useful effort. You know you'll sleep well tonight, lulled by the same rain that made the day's work necessary. The settlement comes into view, small and low against the landscape, smoke rising from several hearths despite the damp. It looks exactly as it did this morning, as it does every evening. That sameness is reassuring. The present is a world where change comes slowly, where each day resembles the last, and where the work of gathering never quite ends but never overwhelms either. You store the water and head inside as the light begins to fade. Tomorrow will bring more gatherings, different perhaps in small details, but essentially the same. The rhythm continues, shaped by rain and season, by what the land offers and by what your hands can find. Inside, out of the rain, you turn your attention to the work of maintenance. This is quieter than a gathering and more focused. You settle near the fire with a pile of items that need attention. A tunic with a torn seam, a basket with a loosening weave, a tool handle that's working free from its head. You start with the tunic, threading a bone needle with cord made from plant fibres. The stitching is simple, but needs to be strong. You work slowly, pushing the needle through layers of damp wool. Your hands remember the motion from countless previous repairs. This same tunic has been mended many times, each patch and seam a small record of use. Someone else sits nearby working on a different repair. They're reattaching leather to a worn shoe, using an awl to punch holes for new stitching. The work requires concentration but not conversation. You both understand the importance of keeping things functional in a world where replacement is difficult. Children play quietly in the corner, building small structures from sticks and mud. They're learning by watching, absorbing the patient approach to making and fixing. Occasionally one comes over to show you something they've made. You offer gentle encouragement, noting what works well in their construction. The basket repair takes longer. You need to soak new with these to make them flexible enough to weave in where the old ones have broken. While they soak, you move on to the tool handle, wrapping it with wet leather that will shrink tight as it dries. This kind of repair will hold for months if done carefully. Rain continues outside, a soft percussion on the roof. Inside, the fire provides light and warmth. The combination makes this space feel separate from the weather, a small zone of dry purpose in an otherwise saturated world. You work through the pile steadily, a frayed rope that needs the ends bound, a clay pot with a crack that can be sealed with a mixture of clay and ash. A wooden spoon has a worn-out edge that requires reshaping. Each item represents hours of previous use and will provide many more hours of service once repaired. Someone brings in a cloak that's developed several holes. They spread it out to assess the damage. The fabric is thin from years of wear, but there's still enough good material to work with. They begin cutting a patch from an even more worn piece, using every scrap that has any strength left. The making and repairing continues through the afternoon. There's always something that needs attention. Clothing wears through at the elbows and knees. Bags develop holes. Cordage frays. Wooden items crack or split. In this damp climate, nothing lasts as long as you might hope, so maintenance becomes a constant occupation. You start working on a new basket, weaving fresh withies while they're still pliable. The pattern is simple but effective, creating a structure that will hold gathered goods. Your hands move almost automatically, following a rhythm learned in childhood. The basket grows slowly, taking shape over the course of an hour. Around the fire, others are involved in similar tasks. Someone is spinning wool, the drop spindle rotating steadily. Another person is working leather, scraping and softening a hide that will eventually become something useful. The room fills with the small sounds of a craft. The scrape of tools, the whisper of fibres being worked, and the occasional quiet comment. A child asks to help with the basket weaving. You show them how to select withies of similar thickness, how to bend them without breaking, and how to tuck the ends in neatly. They try a few rows under your guidance, their small hands working carefully. The weaving isn't perfect, but it's functional, and that's what matters. The light outside grows dimmer. Someone adds wood to the fire and sparks rise briefly before settling. The warmth feels good on your hands, which have grown stiff from the detailed work. You flex your fingers and return to stitching. Repairing is as important as making new items, perhaps more so. Materials are too valuable to discard while they still have use. A garment might be mended a dozen times, patches layered over patches, until the original fabric is barely visible beneath the repairs. This problem isn't poverty exactly. It's simply the practical reality of a world where everything must be made by hand. You finish the tunic repair and hold it up to check the seam. It's solid, if not beautiful. The fabric will now withstand additional weeks of wear, multiple cycles of getting soaked and dried by the fire, as well as exposure to more mud, work, and weather. You fold it carefully and set it aside. The basket weaving continues. You've reached the point where the structure needs to be tightened, pulling the withies snug before adding the final rows. This requires steady pressure and attention to tension. Too loose and the basket will be weak. Too tight and the withies might snap. Evening settles in fully now. The work by firelight takes on a meditative quality. You're surrounded by people doing similar tasks, each focused on their own repairs, but part of the collective effort to keep everything functional. This shared work is comforting in its familiarity. Someone finishes repairing a fishing net and spreads it out to search for missed holes. The netting is delicate work, requiring adequate light, so they move closer to the fire. You can see their fingers moving quickly through the mesh, tying off knots where repairs have been made. You begin your final task, which involves sharpening a blade using a stone that is kept wet specifically for this purpose. The scraping sound is rhythmic, almost musical. The blade isn't for any dramatic purpose, just for everyday cutting tasks. Keeping it sharp makes every job easier, from food preparation to cutting cordage. The children have grown quieter, some already drowsy. One lies near the fire, half asleep, while an older child continues playing with quiet concentration. The atmosphere is peaceful and productive without being rushed. You test the blade's edge carefully with your thumb, sharp enough now for good use. You wipe it clean and wrap it in leather for protection. Tomorrow, it will be used for gathering and preparation, and you'll have to sharpen it again. The pile of items needing repair has diminished, though it never entirely disappears. There will always be more tears, more worn edges, and more things that need attention. But for tonight, you've made progress. Several items are now ready for another period of use. You set your work aside and stretch. Your shoulders are tired from hunching over detailed tasks. Your eyes feel heavy from focusing in firelight, but there's satisfaction in seeing the repaired items stacked neatly, ready to serve their purpose once again. Outside, rain continues its steady fall. Inside, the work of making and repairing has created order from wear and usefulness from damage. Tomorrow will bring new tasks and new items that need attention. Tonight, you've done what needed doing, with patient hands and borrowed light. Morning brings people together naturally. You emerge from your dwelling to find others already moving about, tending to small tasks. A woman carries water from the communal storage. 2 men discuss a repair needed on a shared shelter. Children cluster near the animals, watching them with quiet interest. The settlement functions through this casual cooperation. There's no formal structure dictating who does what, but somehow tasks get distributed. You've known everyone here since childhood, or they've known you since yours. This familiarity creates an unspoken understanding of how things work. You join a group heading to check on the animals. You see a few goats, some sheep, and chickens that are scratching in the mud despite the rain. The animals are kept in a rough enclosure that multiple families tend together. You help scatter grain for the chickens, your movements synchronized with others doing the same task. Someone notices a weak spot in the animal enclosure's fence. Without discussion, several people begin gathering materials to reinforce it. You fetch some of the sticks you gathered yesterday, while others bring cordage and stakes. The repair happens through collective effort, each person contributing what they can. The work proceeds with minimal direction. People who've worked together for years simply know what needs doing. One person holds stakes while another hammers them in. Someone else begins weaving branches between the posts. You tie off cordage, securing everything firmly. Children watch this repair work, absorbing the technique. One asks if they can help. An adult shows them how to hold the stake steady, giving them a role that's genuinely useful. The child focuses intently on the task, feeling a sense of pride in their inclusion. Midday brings people back to the central area of the settlement. Food preparation happens communally, with several people working near the main hearth. You help cut vegetables while others tend the fire, add water to a large pot, and season with herbs someone gathered. The cooking area becomes a natural gathering point. People work on their tasks while chatting occasionally. Someone mentions seeing deer tracks near the woodland edge. Another person describes finding a plentiful patch of edible roots. Information is shared casually, woven into the flow of work. A baby fusses, and the nearest person picks them up, regardless of whether they're the parent. The baby is passed from person to person as work continues. Someone bounces the child gently while stirring the pot. Someone else holds the baby while cutting bread. This collective care is so normal it goes unremarked. You notice how much of community life happens through proximity. People work near each other, rest near each other, and share space without needing constant interaction. The togetherness is comfortable rather than intense. You can be alone with your thoughts while still being part of the group. Afternoon brings different clusters of activity. Some people work on longer-term projects, like preparing hides or making tools. Others rest, taking advantage of a brief break in the rain. A few sit together near the fire, hands busy with small repairs, talking intermittently. You join a group processing flax, separating fibres that will eventually become thread and fabric. The work requires many hands and happens best as a shared task. You fall into the rhythm easily, your motions matching those of the people beside you. Someone starts humming, and the sound becomes part of the work's pattern. An elder sits nearby, watching and occasionally offering guidance. Their presence isn't authoritative so much as informational. They recall decades-old practices and are capable of resolving issues when they emerge. You've worked alongside this person since childhood, learning through observation and gentle correction. Children move between different groups, welcome everywhere but not required to stay anywhere. They observe adults working, play games with each other, and help with small tasks when asked. Their integration into community life is natural and unhurried. Someone discovers a tool is missing, and several people help search for it. The search is methodical, checking common work areas and storage spots. You find it eventually, half buried in mud near the animal enclosure. The person thanks you briefly and work resumes. Evening approaches and people begin gravitating toward indoor spaces. The settlement has several shared structures where groups can gather around fires. You settle into one, joining people you've known forever. The atmosphere is quiet and easy. Food is distributed simply. The communal pot is ladled into bowls and passed around until everyone has some. Someone brings bread to share. Another person adds dried fish to the mix. Meals happen through this informal pooling of resources, with everyone contributing what they have. After eating, people settle into various activities. Some continue handwork by firelight. Others rest, their energy spent from the day's efforts. You sit repairing a piece of clothing, comfortable in the company of familiar people doing familiar things. A child climbs into your lap, exhausted from playing. You adjust to accommodate them, continuing your work one-handed. This easy physical affection is common here. People touch casually, supportively, without particular significance. Someone tells a story about something that happened years ago, a humorous mishap involving a stubborn goat. Others laugh, some adding their memories of that animal. The storytelling is relaxed, not performative. People are simply sharing their memories under the glow of the fire. You notice how the community maintains itself through these small exchanges. The community maintains itself through shared work, shared food, shared stories, and shared care of children. There's no dramatic cooperation, no grand gestures, just the steady daily practice of living alongside people you've always known. As the evening deepens, the group gradually quiets. Some people head to their dwellings, others remain by the fire, drowsy and warm. You stay a while longer, feeling the comfort of being among your community, surrounded by familiar presences. The fire burns low. Rain patters on the roof. Around you, people shift into more comfortable positions, preparing for sleep or simply resting. This is community life, unspectacular, reliable, and shaped by shared need and long familiarity. You eventually rise and make your way to your own space, but you carry the sense of community with you. Tomorrow you'll rejoin the same people, work alongside them, and share food and tasks and the endless small exchanges that make up daily life. The pattern continues, generation after generation, held together by proximity and practice. Rain arrives heavier in the early afternoon, drumming steadily on the thatch above. You look up from your work and recognise the kind of rain that will last for hours. Others make the same assessment, wordlessly beginning to set aside outdoor tasks. You move inside, joining several people already gathered near the fire. Someone has added wood recently, and the flames provide good warmth against the damp chill. You settle onto a bench, feeling your shoulders release their tension. Rest is simply what happens when weather demands it. The afternoon stretches ahead, unstructured. Some people continue with indoor work, spinning, weaving and small repairs. Others simply sit, watching the fire, letting their bodies recover from the morning's efforts. You choose to rest, setting your tasks aside for now. A child curls up near the hearth, drowsy from the warmth. An adult sits nearby, half dozing, their hands still holding a piece of work that's no longer being worked. The room fills with a peaceful quiet, broken only by rain sounds and the occasional shift of logs in the fire. You notice how rest integrates naturally into the day's rhythm. There's no guilt attached to pausing work when the weather makes outdoor tasks impractical. No one comments on people sitting idle. Rest is simply recognised as necessary, as normal as working. Your own eyes grow heavy. You lean back against the wall, finding a comfortable position. The fire's warmth seeps into your bones. Rain provides a steady backdrop of sound that somehow makes the interior feel more sheltered, more separate from the world's demands. Someone else has already drifted into sleep. They're breathing deep and regular. Their presence doesn't disturb anyone. Sleep is allowed whenever it comes, particularly on these grey, wet days when the light stays dim from morning to evening. You doze without meaning to, slipping into a light sleep that feels perfectly natural. Time passes unmeasured. When you wake, the fire has burned lower, but someone has added wood without waking anyone. The rain continues unchanged. Another person wakes around the same time. They stretch and yawn, then settle back into watching the flames. No one speaks. The quiet feels right, comfortable. There's no need to fill the space with conversation. The rhythm of rest varies by season and weather. During busy harvest times, rest comes mainly at night, snatched in brief pauses during the day. During winter's deepest months, rest and work blend together, both happening in shorter increments as light and energy dictate. Today, with rain as your main companion, rest dominates. You let it happen, trusting that tomorrow or the next day will bring better weather for outdoor tasks. The work will wait. The land will still be there. For now, staying dry and warm is the most sensible choice. Children have adapted to the indoor day by creating quiet games. They stack small objects, arrange stones in patterns, and whisper together without disturbing the adults' rest. They've learned that rainy days mean indoor voices, calmer play, and respecting others' need for peace. You rise eventually to check on the fire, adding another piece of wood. The movement feels good after sitting still. You stretch your arms overhead, feeling your spine lengthen, then settle back down in a slightly different position. Someone near you begins quiet handwork, their fingers moving through familiar motions of cordage making. The activity is soothing rather than industrious, something to occupy the hands while the mind rests. You watch for a while, then let your gaze return to the fire. The afternoon continues its slow progression. Light outside remains grey and dim, making it hard to judge the time. Not that precise time matters much. The day will end when darkness comes fully, and until then, you'll rest when tired, work when energetic, and eat when hungry. You feel drowsiness returning and don't fight it. Your head nods forward, and you drift again into that pleasant state between sleeping and waking. The fire's warmth is constant. Rain's rhythm is hypnotic. Your body releases into complete rest. This pattern of rest isn't laziness. You know that tomorrow, if weather permits, you'll be out gathering from first light. Your body will work hard, your hands will stay busy, and your energy will be spent on necessary tasks. Today's rest is part of a larger rhythm, allowing recovery so work can continue. Someone stirs the pot hanging over the fire, releasing the smell of cooking food. The aroma is comforting, but not yet compelling enough to fully wake you. You register the smell and drift back into dozing. Hours pass in this way. Rest and drowsiness and firelight and rain. The community moves through the day at the pace the weather suggests, without resistance, without frustration. This is simply how life works when you're this close to the land's rhythms. As evening approaches, people gradually become more alert. The deepest rest has been taken. Now there's gentle movement toward evening tasks. Food preparation, checking on animals, and bringing in anything that shouldn't stay out overnight. You rise from your rest, feeling restored. The day hasn't been productive in the obvious sense, but your body feels better, your energy renewed. Tomorrow you'll work with strength that today's rest has preserved. Outside, rain continues into the evening, but it is lighter now, less insistent. You make a quick trip to the storage area, moving through the drizzle without concern. Your rest has made even small discomforts feel manageable. Back inside, you join others gathering for the evening meal. The food is simple but warming, perfect for a day spent mostly indoors. You eat slowly, savouring the comfort of hot food after a day of deep rest. The evening ahead promises more of the same peaceful rhythm. Early sleep probably, given how much rest the day has already held. Tomorrow will bring whatever weather it brings, and you'll adjust accordingly. For now, you're warm, fed, and thoroughly rested. Rain on the roof continues its steady pattern. Inside, people settle into the evening's quiet routine. The day has moved at the pace it needed to, shaped by weather rather than ambition, and that feels exactly right. The morning's first task is tending the fire, building it up for cooking. You add dry wood saved specifically for this purpose, watching as flames grow stronger. The fire will be the centre of food preparation for the entire day, its heat precious and carefully managed. Someone brings out grain stored from the last harvest, measuring a portion into a grinding stone. You take a turn at the grinding, pushing the upper stone in steady circles. The motion is rhythmic, almost meditative. Grain slowly transforms into rough flour, collecting in the stone's hollow centre. Others join the preparation area, each bringing ingredients they've gathered or stored. root vegetables muddy from recent digging, dried herbs hanging in bunches, a precious bit of saved fat. Everyone contributes something to the communal cooking. You help clean the root vegetables, scraping away dirt with a worn knife. The roots are knobby and irregular, nothing like the uniform vegetables of later times. Some are barely bigger than your thumb, but each one represents time spent digging in cold, wet earth. The grinding continues, people taking turns as their arms tire. Children watch, learning the motion and rhythm. One is allowed to try, their small hands struggling with the weight of the stone, but they manage a few rotations with adult guidance. Water gets added to the ground grain, mixed into a thick paste. Someone shapes this into flat cakes that will be cooked on hot stones near the fire. The process is simple but requires attention. Too much water and the cakes will fall apart. Too little and they'll be impossibly dense. You tend the cooking stones, making sure they're hot enough. A few drops of water hiss and dance on the surface, confirming they're ready. The first cakes go on, releasing a toasted smell as they cook. You flip them carefully with a flat piece of wood. Meanwhile, a pot of water hangs over the main fire suspended from a hook. Someone adds chopped vegetables, wild greens gathered yesterday, and a handful of grain. The pot will simmer for hours, developing into a thick porridge that will feed many people. The cooking area becomes a focus of quiet activity. People move around each other smoothly, each handling different tasks. Someone stirs the pot. Someone else checks the grain cakes. You begin preparing another batch of roots, cutting them into pieces small enough to soften during cooking. Herbs get added to the pot, releasing their scent into the steam. The smell is earthy and slightly bitter but familiar and comforting. These are the flavours of home, of every meal you've eaten since childhood. A child brings wild garlic found near the stream, the leaves still wet and muddy. An adult rinses them carefully, then chops them to add to the pot. The child watches, pleased their gathering has contributed something useful. The first grain cakes come off the hot stones. They're brown and slightly charred at the edges with a dense, chewy texture. Someone breaks one open, testing it. The inside steams briefly. It's pronounced done, and the cakes are set aside to cool slightly. You start another batch, the routine now automatic. Place the cakes, wait for the bottom to firm, flip carefully and cook until both sides are done. The repetition is soothing rather than boring. Your hands know what to do. More ingredients appear as the morning progresses. Someone brings small dried fish, carefully hoarded from an earlier catch. These get added to the pot, adding richness to the simple vegetables. Another person contributes dried mushrooms, earthy and intense. The pot bubbles steadily, reducing slowly. Someone tastes it periodically, though there's little to adjust. You don't have many seasonings to work with. Salt is precious and used sparingly. The food's flavour comes mainly from the ingredients themselves and from long, slow cooking. Midday approaches, and the first meal begins to take shape. The grain cakes are stacked on a wooden board. The pot has thickened into a substantial porridge. There's enough for everyone, though portions will be modest. People gather as food is ready, finding places to sit near the fire. The porridge gets ladled into wooden bowls, passed from hand to hand. Grain cakes are distributed evenly. Everyone receives similar amounts, regardless of who contributed what ingredients. You eat slowly, warming your hands on the bowl. The food is simple but satisfying, exactly what your body needs after a cold morning's work. The grain cakes are dense and filling, good for soaking in the porridge. After eating, preparation begins again for the evening meal. The pot gets refilled with water, new vegetables are added, and the cooking continues. Food preparation never quite stops. There's always something simmering, grain being ground and vegetables being cleaned. You help prepare greens gathered earlier, stripping leaves from tough stems. The work is detailed and takes time. Each leaf gets examined, and damaged portions are removed. Nothing edible is wasted, but nothing questionable is included either. Someone works on rendering fat from scraps saved over many days. The fat will be used for cooking, for waterproofing and for lamp fuel. Every bit is precious. The process is slow, requiring patient heat and regular stirring. The afternoon's cooking has a different quality than the morning's. There's less urgency and more time for careful preparation. You take advantage of this to work on making a special mixture. Dried berries pounded with a bit of fat and honey. It will keep for weeks and provide concentrated nourishment. Children help with simple tasks. Sorting dried beans, picking through grain for stones or chaff, and crushing herbs between stones. Their help is genuinely useful, freeing adults for more complex work. They learn through doing, their skills improving gradually. The fire requires constant attention. Someone always needs to be nearby, adding wood, adjusting pots, and moving cooking stones. You take your turn at fire tending, appreciating the warmth after hours of working in cooler parts of the settlement. Evening preparation intensifies as light begins to fade. The meal needs to be ready before darkness makes work too difficult. You help finish preparing the roots, getting them into the pot in time to soften properly. Someone checks the grain supply, making sure enough is ground for tomorrow. The evening pot has been simmering for hours now, the ingredients soft and well blended. Someone adds a precious pinch of salt, stirring it through. The transformation is subtle but noticeable, the flavours suddenly more defined. Fresh grain cakes cook on the stones, their familiar smell filling the space. You've made dozens today, but the process still requires attention. Each one represents food, energy, and survival. You treat them with the care they deserve. As full darkness arrives, the evening meal is ready. People gather again, tired from the day's work, ready for food and warmth. The distribution is the same as midday. Even portions, everyone fed, simple gratitude for what's available. You eat your evening meal feeling the day's work in your hands and arms, grinding grain, chopping vegetables and tending fire. All of it adds up to tired muscles and a deep appetite. The food tastes especially good after this much effort. After eating, there's clean-up. Pots get scraped clean, and wooden bowls are rinsed with a bit of water. Everything gets stored properly for tomorrow's use. The fire gets banked carefully, preserved for morning when it will be built up again for another day of cooking. You settle near the fire's remaining warmth, hands finally still after hours of food work. Tomorrow will bring the same cycle, grinding, cooking, tending and preparing. The rhythm continues, meal after meal, day after day, the essential work of keeping everyone fed. Darkness arrives early, the way it does for most of the year. You gather with others near the main hearth, where firelight pushes back the night. Outside, rain falls steadily. Inside, warmth and light create a small world separate from the weather. People settle into comfortable spots they've claimed through habit. You sit on a bench worn smooth from years of use, your back against the wall. Someone sits on the floor nearby, legs stretched toward the fire's warmth. Children cluster closest to the flames, their faces bright in the firelight. The fire itself is beautiful in its simplicity. Wood burning, flames dancing, heat radiating outward. You watch it without thinking much, your mind quiet after the day's work. The fire's movement is endlessly variable, yet somehow always the same. Someone works on a piece of clothing repair, fingers moving steadily in the firelight. The work is automatic enough that they don't need bright light, just enough to see the basic shapes. You recognise the garment they're mending from seeing it worn dozens of times. A child leans against an adult, drowsy from warmth and a full stomach. The adult adjusts absently to accommodate the child's weight, continuing their own quiet work. This casual physical closeness is everywhere in the hearth space, people touching without particular meaning. You stretch your legs toward the fire, feeling warmth seep through your worn shoes. Your feet have been cold most of the day, wet from walking through rain and mud. The heat is a quiet luxury, appreciated without comment. Someone adds wood to the fire, selecting pieces from the carefully hoarded dry pile. The wood catches quickly, flames rising higher for a few moments before settling back. The fire's maintenance is a shared responsibility, handled by whoever is nearest when it needs tending. The room fills with small sounds, the crackle of burning wood, rain on the roof, someone's quiet breathing, the soft scrape of a tool being worked. These sounds blend into a texture that feels like home, like safety, like the particular quality of evening. You notice how the firelight changes people's faces, creating shadows and highlights that shift with the flames. Everyone looks softer in this light, younger somehow. The harshness of daylight is replaced by this gentler illumination. A child asks a question about something they saw today, and an adult answers quietly. The conversation is brief and simple. The child seems satisfied and returns to watching the fire. These small exchanges happen periodically but don't disturb the general quiet. Someone begins working with clay, shaping a simple vessel. Their hands move slowly, smoothing the clay with wet fingers. You watch the process, mesmerised by the gradual emergence of form. The work requires no discussion, just patient shaping. Your own hands rest empty in your lap. After a day of constant work, it feels good to have nothing required of them. You flex your fingers occasionally, working out stiffness, but mostly you let them rest. The evening continues without events. People sit. Work continues at a gentle pace. Children gradually grow quieter, their energy spent. An adult tells a brief story about something that happened years ago, and a few people smile in recognition. You feel sleep beginning to pull at you but resist for now. These evening hours by the fire are too pleasant to rush through. The warmth, the company, the simple comfort of being inside while rain falls outside, all of it deserves appreciation. Someone shifts position, their movement barely noticeable in the dim light. Others adjust slightly in response, the whole group rebalancing like water finding its level. The closeness is comfortable rather than crowding, familiar bodies in familiar space. The fire burns lower and someone builds it up again. Not too high, fuel must last through the night, but enough to maintain warmth and light. The process is quick and practiced. The fire remains a constant presence, requiring regular attention but giving much in return. A child has fallen asleep curled against an adult. Another child fights sleep, their eyes blinking heavily in the firelight. You remember being that age, struggling to stay awake for these evening gatherings, not wanting to miss anything even though nothing particular was happening. The work around the hearth gradually winds down. Fingers grow too stiff for detailed tasks. Eyes tire from focusing in dim light. People set their work aside naturally, transitioning from activity to rest. You lean your head back against the wall, watching smoke rise toward the roof hole. The smoke moves in complex patterns, responding to air currents you can't feel. It's hypnotic, this slow drift and curl of smoke. Someone covers a sleeping child with a cloak, tucking it around small shoulders. The gesture is automatic and tender without being sentimental. Care happens quietly here, woven into the ordinary moments. The conversation, never loud, fades almost completely. People sit in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts, or in no thoughts at all. The fire provides enough interest, enough focus, without requiring more. You feel the day settling into your bones, a pleasant tiredness that promises good sleep. Your muscles are warm, your stomach is full, and your hands are finally still. The evening has done what it's meant to do, provided transition from work to rest, from day to night. Rain continues outside, steady and sure. Inside, the fire burns on, the light holds back darkness, and people rest together in the ancient pattern of gathering after sunset. This is evening life, simple, warm, shared, and utterly familiar. The night deepens around the hearth space, but inside, time feels suspended. For now, there's only firelight, warmth, quiet company, and the sound of rain. Everything else can wait for morning. The hearth fire burns lower as people begin preparing for sleep. You help bank the coals carefully, covering them with ash so they'll hold through the night. A small flame still flickers, enough to provide dim light and a bit of warmth. You move to the sleeping area, where others are already settling. Sleeping spaces are close together, bodies arranged efficiently to share warmth. You find your spot, familiar from countless nights, and settle onto a bed of dried grass covered with worn fabric. The sounds of settling surround you. People shifting positions, finding comfort. A child whimpering briefly before being soothed. Someone coughing quietly. These nighttime sounds are as familiar as daylight ones, part of the rhythm you've known forever. You pull a wool covering over yourself, though it's not quite enough to block all the chill. But with people sleeping nearby, their body heat helps. You adjust closer to the person on your left, and they shift to accommodate you. This sharing of warmth is practical and completely ordinary. A baby fusses somewhere in the darkness. You hear soft sounds of comfort being offered, gentle pats, quiet humming. The baby settles quickly, soothed by a familiar presence. Night care happens matter-of-factly, without drama or stress. Rain on the roof provides a constant backdrop. The sound is soothing, a reminder of the shelter above you. Inside stays relatively dry, though dampness seeps in at the edges. You're used to sleeping in slightly damp conditions. Truly dry bedding is rare. Your body relaxes into sleep gradually. Muscles release their tension. Your breathing deepens. The day's work fades into the background. Sleep comes naturally when you've spent the day working physically, when you're warm enough and fed enough. Sometime in the night's middle hours, you wake briefly. This is normal, this pattern of sleeping and waking. You listen to the rain, to the breathing of people around you, and to the small sounds of night. Nothing seems amiss, so you shift position and let sleep return. A child wakes crying, and you hear an adult responding immediately. Soft words, gentle touch. The crying stops within moments. The child's fear, whatever it was, dissolves in the presence of calm care. You drift back to sleep, listening to the soothing sounds. Later, you wake again, needing to relieve yourself. You rise carefully, stepping over sleeping bodies in the dim light from the banked fire. Outside, rain continues. You move to the designated area quickly, then return to warmth as fast as possible. Back in your sleeping spot, you're now more awake. You lie listening to the night sounds, in no hurry to force sleep. Your mind is quiet, not troubled by worries. Tomorrow will bring more gathering, more work, and more rain. Tonight brings rest. Someone else is also awake, you can tell from their breathing, but neither of you speaks. Nighttime wakefulness is private, even in this communal space. You share silence rather than words. You notice how the darkness feels different here than it does outside. Outside, darkness is vast and complete. Inside, with banked fire and human presence, darkness is softer, safer. The walls and roof create a boundary that makes night less overwhelming. The child shifts in sleep, mumbling something unintelligible. An adult near them makes a small soothing sound, barely more than breath. The child settles again. These tiny nighttime interactions happen constantly, the community caring for itself even in sleep. Your eyes adjust to the darkness enough to make out shapes. The mound of sleeping bodies. The faint glow from the hearth. The roof structure above. Everything is indistinct but recognizable. This is your world in darkness, as familiar as in light. Sleep pulls at you again, and you let it come. Your last conscious thought is of rain, steady and endless, the sound that defines so much of life here. Then you're sleeping again, deeply this time, your body claiming the rest it needs. Dreams come and go, formless and forgotten. Your sleep is the sleep of physical tiredness, heavy and restorative. The night passes in sections of sleep and brief waking, the pattern as old as human existence. Near dawn, you wake to find the rain has stopped. The silence is almost startling after hours of steady precipitation. You can hear birds beginning to call, the first signs of approaching light, but it's still dark enough to sleep more, so you do. When you wake again, grey light is seeping in. Others are beginning to stir. The night is ending, transitioning into another day. You stretch carefully, mindful of sleeping neighbours, feeling your body wake gradually. Someone is already tending the fire, building it up from last night's coals. Smoke rises, and the smell of new wood burning signals morning's arrival. You rise from your sleeping spot, folding your covering neatly. The night has passed safely, as nights do. Everyone has slept, woken, been cared for when needed, and now faces morning together. The care that sustained everyone through darkness was quiet and unremarkable, as effective for being ordinary. You step outside into dawn's grey light. The world is wet and dripping, but the rain has paused. It's enough. Today will bring its own weather, its own rhythm. For now you've rested, been warm enough, and slept surrounded by your community. Night's work is done. You stand at the settlement's edge in the early morning, looking across fields and woodland that have been here longer than memory. The same view your parents knew, and theirs before them. The land changes slowly, shaped by weather and seasons, but the fundamental landscape endures. An elder works nearby, their movements careful and deliberate with age. You've watched this person your whole life, learning by observation. Now you do the same work they do. Your hands following patterns they've repeated for decades. This is how knowledge passes, through watching, through doing alongside, and through gradual absorption. Children play in the mud, their game involving sticks and stones arranged in patterns. You recognise the game from your own childhood, though you never learned formal rules. Somehow children just know how to play it, the knowledge transmitted through generations without explanation. The settlement itself shows layers of use, paths worn deep by countless feet, benches smoothed by years of sitting, fire pits blackened by thousands of meals. Everything here carries the mark of continuous human presence, though no one records that presence in writing. You help repair a section of wall, using techniques you learned by watching others repair walls. The knowledge is entirely practical, held in muscle memory and visual understanding. You know how to select stones, how to fit them together, and how to pack gaps with smaller pieces. This knowing comes from experience, not instruction. Someone tells a story about something that happened before you were born. The story's familiar, you've heard it many times, but the telling serves a purpose. It keeps the event alive, connects past to present, and reminds everyone that this place has a history even without written records. The work of the day proceeds as always, gathering, preparing, making, repairing. The same tasks done by the same people in the same place. This repetition isn't boring, it's the foundation of continuity, the way life sustains itself across time. You think about how little changes from year to year. The same crops were planted, the same animals tended, the same gathering routes were walked. Stability comes from this sameness, from knowing what to expect and how to respond. Yet within that stability, small variations appear. A child masters a skill their sibling hasn't learned yet. Someone discovers a new patch of useful plants. Weather patterns shift slightly. These variations ripple through the community, absorbed into the general pattern without disrupting it. An elder mentions remembering when certain trees were young. You try to imagine this landscape decades ago, but find it difficult. The trees seem permanent, though you know intellectually they've grown during human lifetimes. Time moves differently here, measured in seasons and generations rather than hours. You notice how much of life happens without deliberate planning. Tasks get done because they need doing. Children learn because they're surrounded by competent adults. The community functions because everyone knows their role through long practice. It's organic rather than organised. The settlement has no formal leadership, no written laws, and no complex hierarchy. Yet somehow decisions get made, disputes get resolved, and work gets distributed. The mechanisms are invisible, woven into relationships and shared understanding accumulated over lifetimes. You help prepare food, your hands moving through familiar motions. These same meals have been prepared by countless hands before yours. The recipes, such as they are, exist only in practice and memory. No one writes them down because everyone simply knows. Children gather around an elder who's working on a complex repair. They watch intently, asking occasional questions. The elder answers briefly, demonstrating techniques rather than explaining them. This is education, practical, visual, and embedded in daily life. Afternoon brings a brief clearing in the weather. You look up at patches of blue sky, rare and welcome. The moment feels special, but not remarkable. Beautiful weather comes when it comes, is enjoyed while present, and is released when it passes. You think about the stories you've heard of great leaders and distant places. Some people speak of a time when things were different and more organized, though the details are vague. You don't know if these stories are true or just stories. Either way, they don't change your daily reality. The land around you contains remnants of earlier occupation. Old walls, overgrown paths, stones that seem deliberately placed. You don't know who made these things or when. They're just part of the landscape, part of what has always been here. Evening approaches, and you join others heading toward shelter. The day has been like most days. Work done, food prepared, and small tasks completed. Nothing dramatic happened, and that's exactly right. Drama would be disruption. Sameness is safety. You settle by the fire with people you've known forever. Some are older than you, some younger, but all familiar. Your lives are woven together not through choice, but through simple proximity and shared necessity. This is your community because this is where you are. Someone mentions the old stones on the hillside, wondering aloud what they mean. No one knows. The stones have been there longer than anyone's memory. They'll remain after everyone here is gone. This doesn't feel sad, just factual. The stones endure while people come and go. You think about your own place in this continuity. You're neither the beginning nor the end, just one person in a long sequence. The work you do maintains life for now, and others will do the same work after you. This is enough. The fire burns steady, smoke rising through the roof hole. Outside, night gathers. Inside, people rest together as they've done for generations. Tomorrow will bring more of the same: rain, work, food, sleep, and the endless cycle of ordinary days. You feel no need to record what happens here. Life simply continues, experienced directly, held in memory and practice. Stories pass from person to person. Skills transfer through demonstration. The community perpetuates itself through living rather than writing. Later, much later, people will tell stories about this time. They'll speak of kings and heroes, of magic and great deeds, but those stories won't be about this reality, this quiet continuity of rain and work and shared life. Those stories will be something else entirely. For now, there's only this: the fire's warmth, the rain's return, and the familiar presence of community. You're part of something that extends backward and forward in time, though you can't see either end. The knowing is enough. You close your eyes, listening to rain resume its pattern on the roof. The sound is eternal, unchanged by human presence. People have listened to this same rain for countless generations. People will listen to it for generations to come. The world continues its quiet rhythm. Seasons turn, work persists, children grow, elders age. The land endures, shaped by water and time and patient human hands. This is life in its most fundamental form: continuity without record, survival through practice, and memory held in living rather than writing. You sleep surrounded by your community, sheltered from rain, warmed by shared fire. Tomorrow will come, and you'll do what needs doing. The pattern holds because that's what patterns do. And in this holding, in this continuation, there's a peace deeper than any story could capture. Rain falls, fire burns, people sleep. The long rhythm continues, quiet and unbroken, in the land that will someday be called Britain. But it is, for now, simply just home. You're stepping into the world of Imperial Russia not at a moment of crisis or spectacle, but across the long centuries when the Romanov family shaped daily life through tradition, routine, and quiet order. From 1617 until the early 20th century, this dynasty built an empire through patience, ritual, and the steady rhythm of ordinary days repeated across generations. Here, in the palaces and estates that stretched across vast territories, life moved according to patterns refined over time, creating comfort through predictability and strength through continuity. The palace day begins before dawn. Servants move through hallways, lighting lamps and stoking fires in tile stoves that stand taller than a person. The air smells of beeswax candles and wood smoke. Footsteps echo softly on polished floors. Someone carries fresh linens. Another opens heavy curtains to let in the pale morning light. The sounds are familiar, repeated every morning for decades, perhaps centuries. The imperial family rises according to schedule. Children wake in nurseries where attendants have already warmed the rooms. Adults dress with assistants, choosing from wardrobes organised by season and occasion. Clothing follows tradition more than fashion. Fabrics are heavy, and layers are many. Dressing takes time and happens without hurry. Each garment has its place in the sequence. Buttons are fastened carefully. Collars are adjusted just so. Breakfast appears at the same hour each day. Tables are set in smaller rooms, not grand halls. Porridge, dark bread and tea served in glasses with metal holders. The meal is quiet and predictable. People eat what the season provides. Winter brings preserved foods. Summer brings fresh vegetables from palace gardens. No one rushes. Chewing is thorough. Conversations are minimal in the early morning. After breakfast, the household members separate into their individual routines. The emperor meets with advisors in wood-panelled rooms. Papers wait in neat stacks. Correspondence arrives daily from distant provinces. Secretaries prepare summaries. Decisions happen slowly through consultation and review. Government work is methodical, repetitive, and concerned with details that never change much from year to year. A border dispute, a request for funds, a report on grain yields. Each matter receives appropriate attention. The Empress oversees household matters. She reviews menus with kitchen staff, approves purchases, and meets with tutors responsible for the children's education. She visits workshops where seamstresses repair linens and where craftsmen maintain furniture. Her work is managerial, focused on keeping a vast household functioning smoothly. She knows the names of key servants. She remembers preferences and schedules. A cook's daughter is ill. A gardener's son just got married. She acknowledges these personal details. Children spend mornings in lessons. Tutors arrive carrying books and writing materials. Education emphasises languages, history, geography, and religious instruction. Young Grand Dukes learn military protocol and statecraft. Grand Duchesses study art, music, and proper comportment. Lessons follow established curricula. Progress is measured in mastery of expected skills, not innovation. A child struggles with French verbs. Another excels at mathematics. Individual abilities emerge within structured learning. The palace employs hundreds. The palace employs hundreds of workers, including cooks, laundresses, gardeners, stable hands, guards, clerks, maids, footmen, and valets. Each person has specific duties performed on predictable schedules. The head steward maintains order through careful oversight. Work assignments are hereditary in many families. A gardener's son becomes a gardener. A cook's daughter learns the kitchens. Loyalty builds across generations. People know their roles and execute them reliably. Midday brings a light meal. People gather in groups according to rank and responsibility. Courtiers eat together in designated rooms. Servants take meals in the kitchens or staff quarters. The food is simple: soup, bread, cheese, and preserved fish. Meals provide a pause in work, a chance to rest briefly before resuming duties. Conversations are easy. Someone shares a joke. Another mentions plans for the afternoon. Afternoons vary by season. In winter, people stay indoors. The Empress might embroider or read aloud to her ladies-in-waiting. The Emperor reviews reports. Children practice music or complete written exercises. In warmer months, the household moves outdoors. Gardens provide space for walking. Paths wind between hedges trimmed into geometric shapes. Benches offer places to sit and watch fountains. Fresh air is considered beneficial. Exercise is gentle, never strenuous. Correspondence occupies much time. Letters arrive from relatives across Europe. The Romanovs marry into other royal families, creating networks of cousins and in-laws. Writing letters is a daily task. People share news of health, weather, and minor family events. Responses come weeks or months later. Communication happens slowly but steadily. A cousin in Germany announces a pregnancy. An aunt in Denmark describes recent travels. Family ties are maintained through persistent exchange. The palace library holds thousands of books. Shelves reach to high ceilings. Ladders on rails allow access to upper levels. People browse familiar titles and reread favourites. Reading happens quietly in comfortable chairs near windows. Libraries are calm spaces, insulated from household bustle. Scholars visit occasionally, requesting access to rare volumes. Their work is accommodated, knowledge is valued. Late afternoon the family gathers for tea. Samovars steam on sideboard tables. Small cakes and preserves are served on porcelain dishes. Conversation is gentle, covering household matters and plans for the coming days. Tea time marks a transition from work to evening, a moment of collective pause. Someone mentions a letter received. Another describes a garden that needs attention. Children share accomplishments from lessons. Servants begin preparing for evening routines. Lamps are refilled and lit. Fires are rebuilt. Rooms are tidied. Fresh towels appear in washrooms. The palace shifts from day mode to evening mode without fanfare. The transition is gradual, familiar and comforting in its predictability. Each servant knows their tasks. Each completes them efficiently. Court etiquette governs all interactions. People bow or curtsy according to rank. Forms of address are specific and unchanging. No one speaks out of turn. Formality creates structure and reduces uncertainty. Everyone knows their place, their role, and their expected behaviour. This clarity simplifies daily life and makes it easier to move through complex social environments. Mistakes are rare because patterns are so well established. Children learn these patterns early. They practice bowing and curtsying. They learn when to speak and when to remain silent. They observe adults and imitate them. By adolescence, court behaviour is automatic. They move through formal situations without anxiety because every step is predetermined. The imperial couple sometimes takes private walks in enclosed gardens. Away from attendants, they speak freely. They discuss children's progress. They share concerns about relatives or estate management. These moments of privacy are precious, brief escapes from constant observation. Dogs live in the palaces, companions to family members. They sleep in bedrooms and follow people through halls. Their presence adds warmth and informality. Children play with them. Adults appreciate their loyalty. The dogs are well cared for, fed regularly and treated kindly. Clocks chime throughout the day. Grandfather clocks in hallways. Mantel clocks in studies. The sound marks hours and divides time into manageable segments. People orient themselves by these chimes. Time is audible, structured and shared. Evening approaches, work concludes for the day. Papers are filed, books are shelved. Children finish lessons and put away their materials. The household prepares for the quieter hours ahead. Routines have been followed. Tomorrow will bring the same rhythms, the same reliable order. This certainty is comforting. Life is predictable in the best way. Servants change into evening uniforms, fresher clothes, slightly different styles. The shift marks the day's change. Everyone participates in the transition. The palace moves together through time, a collective body following shared rhythms. Candles are lit in addition to lamps. The flickering light is softer and warmer. Candlelight changes the atmosphere of rooms. Shadows dance on walls. Faces are gentler in this illumination. Evening has truly arrived. The Empire stretches across 11 time zones. Managing it requires patience and endless paperwork. Officers in the capital receive reports from provincial governors, military commanders, tax collectors, and local administrators. Each report is read, summarized, and filed. Clerks copy documents by hand. Ink stains fingers. Paper stacks grow. The work is never finished, only paused at day's end. Maps cover entire walls in administrative chambers. Cartographers update them as new surveys arrive. Borders shift slightly. New towns are added. Rivers change course and maps are corrected. Geography is documented with care. The Empire must know itself to govern itself. Distances are calculated, routes are planned, resources are located and noted. Travel is slow. The Emperor and his advisors make journeys to different regions, but these trips take weeks or months. Carriages travel over rough roads. In winter, sleds move across frozen landscapes. Stops are frequent. Rest is necessary. Distance imposes natural limits on how quickly decisions can be implemented or information shared. A letter from Siberia takes weeks to reach the capital. A response takes weeks more. Railroads begin to change this. Track is laid year by year, connecting distant cities. Trains run on schedules, travel time decreases, communication speeds up. But even with trains, the Empire remains vast. A message from the Pacific coast to the capital still takes many days to arrive. Geography cannot be conquered entirely, only negotiated. Administrative routine centres on taxation and resource management. Provinces report grain harvests, timber yields, and mining output. Numbers are compiled into ledgers. Trends are noted. Adjustments are made to quotas and expectations. The work is steady, unglamorous, and essential. Without it, the Empire would collapse. Revenue must match expenditure. Surpluses are saved for difficult years. The military requires constant attention. Regiments are stationed across the Empire. Supplies must reach them. Uniforms, weapons, food, and medical provisions. Logistics officers manage inventories. Shipments are tracked. Delays are investigated. Maintaining readiness means maintaining supply chains that function year after year without interruption. A regiment in Central Asia needs boots. An order is placed. Boots are manufactured, shipped, and delivered. The process takes months. Religious administration is equally methodical. The Orthodox Church operates thousands of parishes. Clergy are appointed, transferred, and retired according to established procedures. Church properties are maintained. Monasteries manage lands and assets. The Empire supports the Church, and the Church reinforces the Empire's authority through ritual and teaching. Priests report to bishops. Bishops report to the Holy Synod. The hierarchy is clear and functional. Education expands slowly. Schools are built in provincial capitals. Curricula are standardized. Teachers are trained and certified. Literacy rates improve gradually. Books are printed and distributed. Libraries are founded. Progress is measured in decades, not years. Each small advancement requires planning, funding, and patient implementation. A village receives its first schoolhouse. Children learn to read. The next generation will be different because of this. Infrastructure demands constant repair. Roads wash out in spring floods. Bridges need reinforcement. Canals silt up and must be dredged. Harbours require maintenance. Public buildings age and need restoration. Teams of engineers and labourers move from project to project. Work never ends. Maintenance is an ongoing task, not something completed and forgotten. Each spring reveals new damage. Each autumn brings urgent preparations for winter. The treasury manages revenue and expenditure. Gold and silver flow in from taxes and tariffs. Expenses flow out for salaries, construction, military needs, and court operations. Accountants track every transaction. Audits verify accuracy. Financial stability depends on careful record-keeping and conservative budgeting. Unexpected expenses must be absorbed. Bad harvests reduce revenue. Wars increase costs. The treasury balances all these variables. Trade routes connect the empire to the wider world. Merchants bring goods from China, Persia, and Europe. Customs officials inspect cargoes. Tariffs are collected. Trade agreements are negotiated over months of correspondence. Commerce brings wealth, but also requires regulation to protect domestic industries and ensure fair practices. A merchant guild petitions for lower tariffs. The request is reviewed. Competing interests are weighed. Legal codes are compiled and revised. Judges apply laws that have evolved over centuries. Cases are heard, decisions recorded, and precedents established. The legal system values consistency. Similar cases should yield similar outcomes. This predictability makes the system trustworthy, even if slow. A property dispute is resolved. The decision is documented. Future similar disputes will reference this precedent. Census taking happens periodically. Officials travel to every region, counting households, recording occupations, and noting births and deaths. The data helps plan resource allocation. It also reminds the population that the empire knows them, tracks them, and includes them in its calculations. A village is counted. Its population has grown. More resources will be allocated accordingly. Diplomacy is conducted through letters and emissaries. Ambassadors live abroad, sending regular reports. Foreign courts send their own representatives to the Russian capital. Meetings are formal. Agreements take time to negotiate. International relationships are maintained through patience, courtesy, and careful attention to protocol. A territorial agreement is discussed. Months pass in negotiation. Eventually terms are settled. The empire's diversity requires accommodation. Different regions have different languages, customs, and traditions. Governors learn to balance central authority with the local autonomy. Policies are adapted to fit regional realities. Flexibility prevents friction. Respect for local ways encourages cooperation. A Siberian tribe maintains hunting rights. A Caucasian village keeps traditional governance structures. The empire contains multitudes. Scientific expeditions are sponsored. Naturalists explore Siberia, collecting specimens and making observations. Astronomers establish observatories. Geologists survey mineral deposits. Knowledge accumulates slowly through systematic study. The empire invests in understanding its own territory and resources. A new species of plant is catalogued. A mineral deposit is discovered. Each finding adds to collective knowledge. Archives preserve history. Documents from previous reigns are stored in climate-controlled rooms. Librarians catalogue materials. Researchers consult old records to inform current decisions. The past guides the present. Continuity is valued. Change happens within the framework of tradition. An 18th century border agreement is referenced to settle a 19th century dispute. Public health initiatives develop gradually. Hospitals are built. Doctors are trained. Vaccination programs begin in cities and spread to rural areas. Sanitation improves. Clean water systems are constructed. These efforts reduce disease and improve quality of life, though progress is incremental and uneven. A city builds its first hospital. Mortality rates begin to decline. The postal service expands across the empire. Post offices open in towns and villages. Mail carriers travel established routes on foot, horseback, and later by train. Letters connect families separated by vast distances. Communication becomes more reliable. The postal system is a quiet but vital thread holding the empire together. A letter from a soldier reaches his family. News travels. Manufacturing grows. Factories produce textiles, metalwork, and processed foods. Workers learn trades. production increases. The empire becomes less dependent on imports. Economic self-sufficiency is a long-term goal pursued through steady investment in domestic capacity. A textile mill opens. Local cotton is processed. Finished cloth stays in the empire. Agricultural improvement is ongoing. New crops are introduced. Farming techniques are studied and shared. Experimental farms test innovations. Yields increase slightly year by year. Feeding the empire's growing population requires constant attention to agricultural productivity. A new variety of wheat is planted. It proves hardier. Seeds are distributed to other regions. Water management is crucial. Irrigation systems are built and maintained. Drainage projects prevent flooding. Wells are dug in arid regions. Access to water determines settlement patterns and agricultural success. Engineers design systems. Labourers dig channels. Water flows where it is needed. Forests are managed as resources. Timber is harvested sustainably. Reforestation programs plant new trees. Hunting is regulated to prevent depletion of game. The empire's vast forests are both an economic asset and a natural treasure. A logging operation follows strict guidelines. New saplings are planted in cleared areas. Mining operations extract coal, iron, gold, and other minerals. Safety regulations protect workers. Output is tracked and taxed. Mineral wealth funds imperial projects. Mines are dangerous but necessary. Improvements in technique reduce accidents over time. Transportation networks expand. New roads are surveyed and built. Existing roads are improved. River navigation is enhanced. Ports are modernized. Moving goods and people efficiently is essential to economic health. A new road connects two provincial capitals. Trade increases. Urban planning addresses growing cities. Zoning regulations separate residential, commercial and industrial areas. Public spaces are created. Sanitation systems are installed. Cities become more livable as planning improves. A city expands in an orderly fashion. Parks are preserved. Streets follow grids. Every aspect of empire requires maintenance. Systems must be kept running. People must be trained and supervised. Resources must be allocated wisely. The work is unglamorous but necessary. The Romanovs oversee this vast administrative apparatus, relying on skilled bureaucrats and inherited systems to keep everything functioning smoothly. The emperor signs documents. Ministers implement policies. The machine of state grinds steadily onward. Reforms happen slowly. A new policy is proposed. It is debated, revised, and tested in limited areas. If successful, it is gradually extended. If not, it is quietly abandoned. Caution prevents costly mistakes. Experience teaches the value of incremental change. Record keeping becomes increasingly sophisticated. Filing systems are standardized. Indexing improves. Finding information becomes easier. Institutional memory is preserved. A clerk can locate a 10-year-old document in minutes. Efficiency improves. The empire's size makes uniformity impossible. What works in the capital may not work on the frontier. Administrators learn to adapt central directives to local conditions. Flexibility within structure keeps the system functioning. A regulation is modified for regional circumstances. The adaptation is documented and becomes precedent. Stability is the goal. Predictable governance allows people to plan. Farmers know what taxes to expect. Merchants understand trade regulations. Soldiers know their obligations. Predictability creates confidence. Confidence supports economic activity and social peace. Children are born into expectation. A son's arrival brings celebrations, with bells ringing across the capital. A daughter's birth is welcomed with joy but less ceremony. Gender shapes destiny from the first moment. Boys are heirs. Girls are future links to other royal houses through marriage. The first cry of an infant reverberates through generations. Christenings follow strict protocol. The infant is baptized in the palace chapel. Godparents are chosen from among close relatives or high-ranking nobles. The ceremony affirms the child's place in the Orthodox faith and the imperial family. Records are made. The child becomes part of official history. Names are chosen carefully, often honouring ancestors. The past is woven into the present through naming. Nurseries are warm, well-lit spaces filled with wooden toys and soft furnishings. Wet nurses care for infants. Nannies supervise toddlers. Children are fed, bathed and dressed according to schedule. Routines are established early. Sleep happens at set times. Meals appear at predictable hours. Order governs even the youngest lives. A baby wakes, is fed, and sleeps again. The cycle repeats. As children grow, education begins. Tutors are hired, usually from aristocratic families with proven educational credentials. Languages come first: Russian, French, German, and sometimes English. Children learn through repetition and recitation. Grammar is drilled. Vocabulary builds slowly. Fluency develops over years. A child struggles with conjugations. Practice continues patiently until mastery arrives. Religious instruction is central. Children memorize prayers and learn church history. They attend services regularly. Faith is not questioned but instilled. It provides a moral framework and connects them to centuries of tradition. The Church's teachings shape their understanding of duty and responsibility. A child learns the liturgy. The ancient words become familiar, comforting. Boys receive military training. They wear miniature uniforms. They learn to march, salute, and handle ceremonial weapons. Discipline is emphasized. Obedience is expected. Military tradition is woven into masculine identity. Even princes who will never command troops are shaped by this training. A young Grand Duke learns to stand at attention. Hours of drill build endurance and discipline. Girls learn domestic arts and social graces. They embroider, paint, and play musical instruments. They study etiquette, learning how to enter rooms, how to curtsy, and how to make conversation without dominating it. Their education prepares them for roles as wives and mothers within aristocratic society. A Grand Duchess practices piano. Repetition develops skill. Performance is refined. Family meals bring everyone together. The dining table is where children practice manners and conversation. They listen to adults discuss estate management, family news, and plans for upcoming events. They learn by observation. Proper behaviour is modelled and expected. A child reaches incorrectly for bread. A gentle reminder corrects the error. Birthdays are marked simply. A special cake, small gifts, and time with family. Celebrations are warm but not extravagant. Children understand they are part of something larger than themselves. Individual desires are secondary to family duty and dynastic continuity. A birthday passes pleasantly. The child feels noticed and loved but not elevated above others. Summers are spent at country estates. Children run in gardens, swim in lakes and ride ponies. The rural setting offers freedom impossible in formal palace life. Relationships with siblings and cousins deepen during these months. Bonds formed in childhood persist across lifetimes. Cousins climb trees together. Shared adventures create lasting connections. Illness brings worry but is managed calmly. Doctors attend. Remedies are applied. Families pray. Recovery happens slowly or not at all. Death is familiar. Infant mortality is common. Parents grieve privately and continue. Life goes on. Tradition provides comfort in loss. A child falls ill with fever. The household waits. Prayer and medicine do what they can. Adolescence brings increased responsibility. Older children participate in more formal activities. They attend ceremonies, meet dignitaries, and represent the family at events. Their education intensifies. Expectations rise. The transition to adulthood is gradual but inevitable. A teenage Grand Duke attends his first state dinner. He observes closely, learning through participation. Marriage is arranged with care. Matches are negotiated between families. Compatibility matters less than political and dynastic advantage. Young people meet briefly before engagement. They correspond under supervision. Love may grow after marriage, but is not required before it. A young Grand Duchess meets her intended. They exchange polite conversation. The decision has already been made. Weddings are grand occasions. Churches are decorated with flowers and candles. Ceremonies last hours. Guests include relatives from across Europe. Banquets follow. Music plays. The couple is blessed. They begin their life together, supported by family and tradition. A wedding unites two families. Toasts are offered. The future is hopeful. Newlyweds establish their own households within the broader family structure. They receive apartments in palaces or estates. Servants are assigned. Furnishings are provided. The young couple learns to manage their domestic sphere while remaining embedded in family networks. A new couple settles into their rooms. Routines are established. Life as a married pair begins. Generational transition happens gradually. Aging emperors cede responsibilities to heirs. Training intensifies. The next ruler shadows the current one, learning through observation and increasing participation. Power transfers across years, not in a single moment. An aging emperor delegates more. His son assumes responsibilities smoothly. Elderly family members retain respect and position. Grandparents advise. Great aunts and uncles share stories. The old connect the young to the past. Memory is collective. History is kept alive through retelling. A grandmother describes her own childhood. Grandchildren listen. The family story continues. Family gatherings mark holidays and significant events. Relatives travel from across the empire to reunite. Tables are crowded. Conversations overlap. Children play together while adults catch up on news. These gatherings reinforce bonds and remind everyone of their place in the larger family web. A holiday brings 3 generations together. The house fills with voices. Traditions are explained and passed down. Why certain foods are eaten on specific days. Why particular prayers are said. Why ceremonies unfold in set ways. Children absorb these explanations. They become keepers of tradition, ready to pass it to the next generation. A child asks why. An adult explains. Understanding deepens. Portraits line palace walls. Ancestors gaze from heavy frames. Current family members see themselves reflected in painted faces. Resemblances are noted. Traits are traced across generations. The past is visually present, a constant reminder of continuity. A child stands before an ancestor's portrait. The same eyes look back. Family archives hold letters, diaries, and official documents. Older relatives sometimes read from these, sharing stories of great-grandparents and earlier times. The family story is a living narrative, continuously told and retold. An old letter is discovered. It describes daily life a century ago. Little has changed. Each generation adds to the family's legacy. New children, new marriages, new accomplishments. The dynasty grows like a tree, putting down deeper roots and spreading wider branches. Continuity is the highest value. Tradition is the means by which it is achieved. A birth is recorded. The family tree expands. Conflicts arise but are managed within family structures. Disagreements are mediated by elders. Compromise is encouraged. Public unity is maintained even when private tensions exist. The family's reputation matters more than individual satisfaction. A dispute is settled quietly. The family presents a united front. Siblings develop distinct relationships. Some are close, others are formal, birth order matters. The eldest son carries unique burdens. Younger children have more freedom. These dynamics shape personalities and futures. 2 brothers grow up together. One will rule, one will support. Education includes understanding lineage. Children learn their genealogy, who their ancestors were and what roles they played. Family history is personal history. The past is not abstract but immediate. A child recites ancestors' names. The list stretches back generations. Daughters prepare for eventual departure. Marriage will take them to other courts, other countries. They will represent the family abroad. This knowledge shapes their upbringing. Languages are essential. Adaptability is cultivated. A young Grand Duchess knows she will leave. She prepares herself emotionally. Sons prepare for increasing responsibility. Titles, estates, and military commands await. They must be ready to lead, to decide, and to represent. Childhood play gives way to serious preparation. A young man studies military strategy. His future depends on competence. Family prayers happen daily. The household gathers before icons. Familiar words are spoken together. This shared practice reinforces unity. Everyone participates. Faith is collective. A family prays together. Individual voices blend. Letters between family members maintain connection across distance. A mother writes to a married daughter. A father advises a son serving in the military. These letters are treasured, read multiple times and sometimes saved for years. Written words bridge separation. The family's public role is understood by all. They represent not just themselves but the empire. Behaviour is scrutinized. Standards are high. Children learn early that they are never entirely private. A family member makes a public appearance. Dignity is maintained. Loyalty to family supersedes most other loyalties. Family members defend each other, support each other, and protect each other's reputations. This solidarity is unquestioned. Blood ties are sacred. Family comes first. The calendar structures time. Religious feast days mark the year's progress. Advent brings anticipation. Christmas brings candlelit services and family gatherings. Lent brings fasting and reflection. Easter brings joy and abundant meals. Seasons turn according to ancient patterns. The year unfolds in a familiar sequence. Winter is quiet. Snow muffles sound. Short days mean long evenings indoors. The household settles into slower rhythms. Less travel, more time for reading, conversation and handwork. The cold encourages rest. Fires burn constantly. People gather around heat. Outdoors is hostile. Indoors is refuge. Spring arrives late in northern Russia. Ice breaks up on rivers. Mud makes roads impassable for weeks. The household waits patiently for the land to dry. Gardens are planned. Seeds are ordered. Anticipation builds slowly, naturally. The first green shoots bring relief. Winter's grip loosens. Summer brings movement. The court relocates to country estates. Palaces are aired out, cleaned, and left to stand quietly. Families pack belongings into carriages and make the journey to properties surrounded by forests and fields. Fresh air, longer days, and outdoor activity restore energy. Summer is renewal. Autumn is harvest time. Even imperial families participate symbolically in bringing in the year's yield. Children pick apples in orchards. Adults walk through fields, observing the work. Gratitude for abundance is expressed through prayers and shared meals. Storerooms fill. Winter preparations intensify. Weekends follow a pattern. Saturday evening vigils prepare for Sunday rest. Sunday morning, the family attends liturgy. The service is long, filled with chanting and incense. Afterwards, the day unfolds gently. Reading, quiet conversation, simple meals, no demanding work. Sunday is set apart. Afternoon naps are common. After midday meals, people retire to private rooms. Curtains are drawn. Silence settles over the household. An hour or two of sleep refreshes everyone. The practice is accepted, expected, and part of the daily rhythm. Bodies need midday rest. The household honours this need. Name days are celebrated more than birthdays. Everyone has a saint's day corresponding to their name. The person is honoured with well wishes, small gifts, and preferred foods. It is a personal feast day, repeated annually, connecting the individual to the liturgical calendar. A name day arrives. The household celebrates quietly. Retreats to monasteries offer spiritual renewal. The emperor occasionally visits monastic communities, staying in simple rooms, attending services, and sharing meals with monks. The simplicity is restorative. Stripping away ceremony and luxury allows for reflection and rest. Monastery life is stripped to essentials. The contrast is healing. Spa towns offer another form of retreat. Mineral baths are thought to promote health. Families spend weeks at spa resorts, soaking in warm waters, walking in gardens and following prescribed rest schedules. Healing happens slowly, through routine and relaxation. Water eases aches. Time heals. Evening routines begin as daylight fades. Lamps are lit gradually. Workspaces are tidied. People change from day clothes into more comfortable evening wear. The pace slows. Voices soften. The household prepares for rest. The transition is gentle, never abrupt. Before bed, prayers are said. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. Candles are lit briefly. Prayers are familiar words, repeated nightly. This ritual marks the transition from waking to sleeping, from activity to stillness. A prayer is whispered. The day is released. Bedrooms are kept cool. Windows are cracked even in winter. Fresh air is considered healthy. Heavy blankets provide warmth. Featherbeds are soft and enveloping. Sleep comes easily in comfortable darkness. The body settles. Rest begins. Night watches are quiet. Guards patrol palace corridors. Servants are available for emergencies but stay out of sight. The household sleeps protected and secure. Silence is maintained. Footsteps are muffled. Doors close softly. The night is peaceful. Mornings come gently. No harsh alarms. Light increases naturally. Someone brings tea or coffee. Waking happens gradually. There is no rush to leave bed. The new day unfolds in its own time. Eyes open slowly. A new day has arrived. Seasonal celebrations punctuate the year. Maslenitsa in late winter brings pancakes and festivities before Lent. Troitsa in early summer marks the Holy Trinity with greenery and outdoor services. Each celebration follows tradition, offering familiar pleasures and communal joy. A celebration arrives. The household participates together. Rest is not laziness, but necessity. The empire is demanding. Responsibilities are heavy. Regular periods of rest preserve health and clarity. The rhythm of work and rest is natural, built into the calendar, and respected across generations. Without rest, work suffers. Balance is essential. Religious festivals provide structure. The church calendar divides the year into seasons. Fast periods alternate with feast periods. Work intensifies, then relaxes. The rhythm is external, imposed by tradition, and liberating in its predictability. No one must decide when to rest. The calendar decides. Holy Week is especially structured. Services occur daily. Fasting is strict. The household moves together through the week's progression. Good Friday is solemn. Easter morning is joyous. The emotional arc is shared. Holy Week passes. Easter brings relief. Pilgrimages offer both journey and rest. Travelling to sacred sites takes weeks. The journey itself is meditative. Arrival brings services and prayer. Returning home brings satisfaction. A pilgrimage is undertaken. Distance is covered. Faith is renewed. Country estates offer escape from formality. Life is simpler away from the capital. Routines are looser. Clothing is less formal. Meals are less elaborate. The change is refreshing. A month at a country estate restores spirits. Winter sports provide recreation. Skating on frozen ponds, sledding down hills. The cold is invigorating. Exercise in fresh air promotes health and good mood. Winter need not be endured, but can be enjoyed. Snow falls, children play. Seasonal foods mark time's passage. Strawberries mean early summer. Mushrooms mean late summer. Apples mean autumn. Preserved foods mean winter. Eating connects people to seasons and to the earth's rhythms. Food is time made edible. Moon phases are noticed. Full moons are brighter. New moons are darker. The rhythm is monthly, subtle, but real. Some people are more sensitive to lunar cycles than others. The moon waxes and wanes, time passes, equinoxes and solstices are acknowledged, the longest day, the shortest day. The equal day and night. These astronomical events mark the year's turning points. Summer solstice passes, days begin shortening, rest days are built into work schedules, servants rotate days off, even continuous duties allow for breaks. Sustainable work requires planned rest. Exhaustion serves no one. A servant takes a day off. Rest is earned and necessary. Quiet hours are observed. Late afternoon is often peaceful. Late evening is calm. The household respects these natural lulls. Noise is minimized. Urgent business can wait. Quiet is valued. The rhythm of rest and activity is as important as either alone. Work without rest leads to burnout. Rest without work leads to stagnation. Balance is achieved through structure. The calendar provides that structure. Life flows smoothly. Palace kitchens are vast. Multiple stoves burn constantly. Copper pots hang from ceiling racks. Long wooden tables provide workspace for dozens of cooks and assistants. The heat is intense. The smells are rich. Baking bread, simmering broths, roasting meats. Steam rises, flames flicker, activity never stops. Head cooks plan menus days in advance. They consider the season, the availability of ingredients, religious requirements, and family preferences. Meals must be nutritious, properly prepared, and presented beautifully. Standards are high. Tradition guides choices. A menu is reviewed. Adjustments are made. Final approval is given. Markets supply fresh ingredients. Vendors arrive at palace gates with carts of vegetables, fish, poultry, and dairy. Purchases are inspected carefully. Quality must meet strict standards. Relationships with suppliers are long-standing. Trust is earned over years. A fish is examined. Its eyes are clear. It is accepted. Preserving food for winter is essential. Vegetables are pickled in brine. Fruits are made into jams and compotes. Mushrooms are dried. Fish is salted or smoked. Root vegetables are stored in cool cellars. These preparations happen in late summer and early autumn, involving many hands working steadily for weeks. Jars fill shelves. Winter provisions accumulate. Bread is baked daily. The smell of fresh loaves fills corridors. Different types are made for different purposes. Dark rye for everyday meals, white wheat for special occasions, and sweet rolls for tea. Bakers start work before dawn. The first loaves emerge as the household wakes. Dough rises, ovens heat, bread bakes. Soups are staples: cabbage soup, beet soup, fish soup. Each is prepared according to regional tradition. Ingredients are simple, but combined skillfully. A good soup is nourishing and satisfying. It appears at nearly every meal, steaming in ceramic tureens. Broth simmers, vegetables are added, flavours meld. Porridges are breakfast mainstays. Buckwheat, millet, oats. Cooked slowly with milk or water, served with butter, honey, or preserved berries. Porridge is filling, easy to digest, and comforting. Children eat it without complaint. Adults appreciate its simplicity. Grain swells. Porridge thickens. Breakfast is ready. Fasting is taken seriously. During Lent and other prescribed periods, animal products are avoided. Menus shift to vegetables, grains, legumes, and fish. Creativity is required to provide variety within limitations. Cooks rise to the challenge. Fasting meals are surprisingly delicious. Meat is absent. Flavour remains. Feasting follows fasting. After long periods of restrictions, celebratory meals are abundant. Roasted meats, rich sauces, butter-laden pastries. The contrast makes the feast more appreciated. Gratitude accompanies abundance. Lent ends. Easter arrives. Tables groan with food. Tea is central to daily life. It is served multiple times throughout the day. Strong black tea brewed in samovars. Sugar cubes are held between the teeth while sipping. Conversation happens over tea. Hospitality is expressed through offering it. Water boils. tea steeps, glasses are filled. Formal dinners require elaborate preparation. Multiple courses are served in sequence. Presentation is important. Dishes are garnished with care. Servers move silently, replacing plates and refilling glasses. The meal can last hours. Pacing is deliberate. One course ends, another begins. Family meals are simpler. One main dish, bread, vegetables, perhaps a dessert. Everyone sits together. Conversation is relaxed. Children are included. These meals reinforce family bonds and provide regular touchstones in busy days. Dishes are passed, food is shared, family connects, snacks appear throughout the day. Snacks include small sandwiches, fruits, nuts, and cheese. People help themselves between meals. The kitchen keeps platters ready. Eating is not just scheduled but spontaneous, responding to hunger and preference. Someone feels hungry. Food is available. The need is met. Cooks take pride in their work. Recipes are guarded. Techniques are refined over years. A cook who masters a particular dish becomes known for it. Reputation matters. Good food brings honour to the kitchen and satisfaction to the household. A dish is perfected. The cook is praised. Seasonal foods are celebrated. First strawberries of summer, first apples of autumn, fresh greens in spring. These foods mark time's passage. They are anticipated and savoured. Seasonality makes eating a connection to the natural world. Strawberries arrive. The first bite is sweet. Summer has begun. Dining rooms vary in size and formality. Grand halls for state dinners, smaller parlours for family. Breakfast rooms with morning light. Each space has appropriate furnishings and atmosphere. Meals adapt to setting. A formal dinner happens here. A casual lunch happens there. Tablecloths are changed frequently. Linens are washed, ironed, and stored carefully. Silver is polished. China is inspected for chips. Maintaining dining standards requires constant effort. Nothing is neglected. A tablecloth is stained. It is replaced immediately. Leftover food is not wasted. Servants receive portions. Excess is distributed to the poor. Bread scraps go to animals. Thrift is practiced even in abundance. Waste is considered irresponsible. Food remains. It is shared, not discarded. Special occasions bring special foods. Wedding cakes tower impressively. Easter breads are enriched with eggs and butter. Christmas tables hold honeyed pastries and spiced drinks. Food marks celebration and makes occasions memorable. A wedding approaches, bakers prepare. Children learn table manners early, sitting properly, using utensils correctly, not speaking with full mouths. Patience while waiting for food. These lessons happen daily. Meals are both nourishment and training. A child fidgets. A gentle correction follows. Shared meals create community. Eating together regularly builds relationships. Conversations over food are relaxed and honest. Barriers lower. People connect. The dining table is where family and household become a unified group. Meals are shared. Community is built. Kitchen staff work in teams. Each person has specialties. One makes pastries. Another handles fish. A third manages vegetables. Coordination is essential. The head cook orchestrates. The kitchen functions smoothly. Tasks are divided. Teamwork succeeds. Recipes are passed down. A cook learns from a mentor. Techniques are demonstrated, practiced, and mastered. Years of experience accumulate. A young cook watches. An experienced cook teaches. Knowledge transfers. Tasting happens throughout preparation. Seasoning is adjusted. Flavours are balanced. Cooking is not mechanical but requires judgment and skill. A dish is tasted. More salt is needed. Balance is achieved. Presentation matters. Food is arranged attractively. Colours are considered. Garnishes are applied thoughtfully. Beauty enhances appetite. A dish is plated. It looks appetizing. The presentation succeeds. Timing is crucial. Courses must be ready when needed, hot food must be hot, cold food must be cold. Coordination prevents delays. The kitchen operates on strict schedules. Dinner is at 7, food must be ready at 7. Clean-up begins immediately after service, dishes are washed, surfaces are scrubbed, the kitchen is restored to order, preparation for the next meal begins, work is continuous, one meal ends, planning for the next begins, gratitude for food is expressed, before meals, prayers thank God for provision, after meals, satisfaction is acknowledged, food is never taken for granted, appreciation is part of eating, a prayer is said, gratitude is offered. Twilight softens the palace. Lamps are lit in sequence, room by room. Windows glow golden against the darkening sky. The day's formal duties are complete. Evening unfolds with gentler expectations. Light changes. The atmosphere shifts. Music rooms fill quietly. Someone sits at the piano playing familiar pieces. Others listen from sofas and chairs. The music is not performance but shared pleasure. Melodies flow easily. No one is required to attend, yet many do. Notes fill the room. Listeners relax. Libraries become gathering spaces. Books are pulled from shelves and browsed. Reading aloud is common. One person reads while others embroider or simply listen. Stories, poetry, essays. Voices rise and fall in the lamplit quiet. A book is chosen. Reading begins. Card games appear on tables. Simple games, not gambling. Partners are chosen. Rules are known to everyone. Play is relaxed. Laughter punctuates conversation. Winning matters little. The activity itself is the point. Cards are shuffled. The game begins. Needlework occupies hands. Embroidery, knitting and mending. Women work on projects that take weeks or months. Conversation flows around the work. Fingers stay busy while minds and voices engage. Thread passes through fabric. Patterns emerge. Letters are written in the evening. Correspondence delayed during the day is finally addressed. Ink and paper are always available. People write to relatives, friends and distant contacts. Letters maintain relationships across time and space. A letter is started. News is shared. Small gatherings form naturally. A few people in one room discussing a recent book. Another group in a different room is playing a board game. Children might gather in the nursery with a governess telling stories. The palace accommodates multiple quiet activities simultaneously. Groups form, activities vary. Tea is served again. Not the formal afternoon service, but a simpler version. A pot of tea, perhaps some leftover pastries or bread with jam. People help themselves. The ritual provides a pause, a reason to stop and rest. Tea is poured. Warmth spreads. Conversations meander. Topics are not serious. Someone mentions a funny incident from the day. Another shares news from a letter. They exchange observations about the weather, gardens, and upcoming events. Talk is easy and unhurried. Words flow naturally. Connection happens. The imperial couple often spends time alone together. Away from courtiers and servants, they sit in private rooms. They discuss household matters, children, and future plans. These quiet hours strengthen their partnership. Privacy is precious. Conversation is frank. Older children study in the evenings, reviewing lessons or reading ahead. Tutors are not present, but expectations remain. Self-discipline is cultivated. Work is completed without supervision. This independence prepares them for adult responsibilities. A child reads, learning continues. Younger children prepare for bed early. Bath time, clean night clothes, gentle routines. Nannies sing lullabies. Stories are told. Prayers are said together. The transition to sleep is gradual and soothing. Water splashes. A song is sung. Windows are opened slightly before bed, even in cold weather. Fresh air is believed to promote healthy sleep. Rooms are cool. Heavy quilts are pulled up. The contrast between cold air and a warm bed is pleasant. A window opens. Fresh air enters. Guards change shifts. Footsteps echo in corridors as one watch replaces another. The palace is never unprotected, never unwatched. This vigilance allows the household to rest securely. Steps approach. Duty changes hands. Some servants complete final tasks. Banking fires, locking doors, checking windows. The palace is secured for the night. Routine ensures nothing is forgotten. A door is locked. Security is maintained. In country estates, evening sounds are different. Crickets, distant bird calls, wind in trees. The quiet is deeper. Darkness is more complete. Lamplight seems warmer and more precious against the surrounding night. Nature sounds. Night settles. Seasonal differences shape evenings. Winter evenings are the longest. People stay indoors, clustered around heat and light. Summer evenings are brief. Twilight stretches late. People linger outdoors until darkness finally arrives. Seasons change. Evenings adapt. Religious households say evening prayers together. The family gathers before an icon corner. Familiar words are spoken. The day is committed to divine care. This practice brings peace and closure. Prayers are said. The day ends formally. Journals are kept by some. A few minutes before bed, writing about the day. Not dramatic events, but small details. Weather, visitors, feelings. These journals accumulate into personal histories. A pen moves. Thoughts are recorded. Artwork is examined in evening light. Paintings look different by lamplight. Shadows shift. Colours are warm. The same painting reveals different qualities depending on illumination. Art is observed. Beauty is appreciated. Conversations become more philosophical. The day's busyness recedes. Minds relax. People discuss ideas, beliefs and questions. Evening provides space for reflection that the busy day does not. Thoughts deepen. Ideas are shared. Musical performances are informal. Someone plays. Others might join in singing. The music is for the participants, not an audience. Pleasure is in the making, not the perfection. Voices blend. Harmony emerges. Storytelling entertains children and adults alike. Tales from folklore, family history, and personal experience. Stories are varied and adapted to the audience. Imagination is engaged. A story begins. Attention focuses. Silence is comfortable. Not all time must be filled with activity or conversation. People sit together in quiet companionship. The shared space is enough. Silence settles. Peace prevails. The last lamps are extinguished. Darkness settles fully. The palace or estate becomes a collection of sleeping people in quiet rooms. Outside, stars turn overhead. Inside, rest begins. Light fades. Night arrives. Evening has done its work. The household has transitioned from day to night. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns. Tonight brings deserved rest. The cycle continues. Sleep awaits. Bedrooms are prepared before occupants arrive. Sheets are turned down. Pillows are fluffed. Chamber pots are placed discreetly. Water pitchers and basins are filled. Everything needed for the night is made ready. A servant moves quietly. Preparations are complete. Night clothes are laid out. Long night shirts, robes, and soft slippers. Fabrics are chosen for comfort, not appearance. Warmth and ease matter most. Dressing for bed is simple and quick. Day clothes are removed. Night clothes are donned. Hair is unpinned and brushed. Women's hair, often elaborately styled during the day, is loosened and braided. The brushing is soothing and repetitive. It marks the day's end. Men wash faces and hands in cool water. The simple ablutions are refreshing. Water splashes. Faces are dried. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. A candle is lit briefly for evening prayers. The flame flickers on painted surfaces. Prayers are whispered. Personal conversations with the divine. The candle is extinguished. Darkness returns. A flame glows, then fades. Children sleep in nurseries adjacent to their parents' rooms. Nannies sleep nearby. ready to respond if a child wakes. Nightlights burn dimly. The soft glow is reassuring. Children can see they are not alone. Shadows are gentle. Safety is visible. Infants are checked regularly through the night. Wet nurses or nannies lift sleeping babies, change them if needed, and soothe them back to sleep. The care is gentle and practiced. Babies barely wake. A baby stirs. Comfort is offered. Illness brings extra attention. If someone is unwell, a servant or family member sits nearby through the night. Cool cloths are applied to fevers. Water is offered. The presence of another person is comforting. No one suffers alone. Fever burns. Care continues. Palace guards patrol regularly. Their routes cover every corridor, every entrance. Footsteps are quiet but distinct. The sound of boots on stone is rhythmic and dependable. Anyone awake can hear the patrols and feel secure. Steps echo. Safety is maintained. Night servants remain on duty. If someone needs something, help is available. A glass of water, an extra blanket, assistance to a washroom. Needs are met quickly and discreetly. Service continues even during sleeping hours. A bell rings. The need is answered. Windows are curtained against drafts. Heavy fabric blocks cold air. In winter, frost patterns form on glass. Inside, warmth is preserved. The room becomes a protected space, separate from the harsh world outside. Cold is excluded. Warmth is kept. Beds are piled with covers, feather quilts, wool blankets, and fur throws. Layers trap heat. Sleeping under a weighted blanket is comforting. Bodies relax into softness. The physical sensation of being held encourages deep rest. Weight settles, comfort surrounds. Dreams come and go. Some remember them, others do not. Dreams are sometimes discussed in the morning, especially if they seem meaningful, but mostly they fade, forgotten in the return to waking life. A dream unfolds, morning erases it. The deepest part of night is the quietest. Everyone sleeps, even servants rest. The palace is as still as it ever becomes. Only the watch moves. Only the tick of clocks marks time. Silence is complete. Rest is deep. Early risers stir before dawn. A few people wake naturally in darkness. They light candles, dress quietly, and begin their day while others sleep. Kitchens start to warm. Fires are rebuilt. The household awakens gradually. Dawn approaches. Activity resumes. Morning light arrives slowly in winter, suddenly in summer. Curtains are opened by servants. Fresh air is let in. The new day is welcomed. Night's hold releases. Light returns. Day begins. Chamber pots are emptied discreetly. Wash basins are refilled. Beds are straightened. The room is restored to daytime order. Evidence of sleep is removed. The bedroom becomes neutral space again, ready for the next night. Night traces vanish. Day arrives. Sleep is respected. Those who need more rest are allowed it. Children especially are not rushed. Waking happens naturally. The body's needs are honoured. Sleep continues. No one disturbs. Good sleep is seen as essential to health. Doctors recommend regular hours, comfortable bedding, cool air, and quiet surroundings. These recommendations are followed. The household is structured to support healthy sleep for everyone. Health requires rest. Rest is provided. Nightmares, when they occur, are soothed away. A parent or nanny sits with the frightened child, speaking softly, offering reassurance. The nightmare is acknowledged but not dwelt upon. Calm is restored. Sleep returns. Fear fades. Peace returns. The cycle of day and night is regular. The household moves through it together. Waking and sleeping happen in rhythm. This regularity creates stability. Time is predictable. Rest is reliable. Cycles repeat. Order prevails. Seasonal variations affect sleep. Summer nights are short. Winter nights are long. The body adapts. More sleep in winter, less in summer. Nature dictates. Humans comply. Comfortable sleeping arrangements are maintained. Mattresses are checked and replaced as needed. Linens are washed frequently, pillows are kept fresh. Investment in sleep quality pays dividends in health and mood. Comfort is maintained, sleep quality protected. Bedtime rituals vary by individual. Some read before sleeping, others pray longer. Some prefer total darkness, others need a nightlight. Individual preferences are accommodated. Personal needs are met. Children's sleep is monitored. Growth requires abundant rest. Nannies ensure children sleep enough. Bedtimes are enforced gently but firmly. Adequate sleep is non-negotiable for the young. Rest is essential. Growth demands it. Adults also need rest. The demands of court life are exhausting. Sleep restores. Without it, judgment suffers. Performance declines. Sleep is not a luxury but a necessity. Rest is required. Function depends on it. Shared bedrooms create companionship. Spouses sleep together. Siblings sometimes share rooms. The presence of another is comforting. Loneliness is avoided. Connection persists even in sleep, together in rest. The household sleeps together, each in their appointed place. From the emperor in his chambers to the kitchen maid in her quarters, all rest. The palace breathes slowly. Night holds all. Morning will come, but now, sleep. Centuries pass in this rhythm. The Romanovs rule not through constant innovation, but through patient repetition. Each emperor inherits systems established by predecessors. Each adds small changes but maintains the core. Stability is the dynasty's strength. Time flows. Order persists. Buildings age slowly. Palaces built in the 17th century still stand in the 19th. New wings are added. Old sections are repaired. But the essential structures persist. Continuity is visible in architecture. Stone endures. Palaces stand. Families serve across generations. A steward's great-grandson becomes a steward. A cook's descendant works the same kitchens. Institutional knowledge is preserved. Methods are refined but not replaced. Experience accumulates. Generations serve. Knowledge transfers. Ceremonies repeat annually. The same prayers in the same chapels. The same processions through the same halls. Easter, Christmas, name days and coronations. Each follows established form. Participants change, but rituals remain constant. Prayers echo. Tradition lives. Records are kept meticulously. Births, marriages, deaths, appointments and dismissals, financial transactions, legal decisions. Everything is documented. The archive grows. History is preserved in ink and paper. Pens scratch. Records accumulate. Libraries expand. New books are added to old collections. Scholars catalogue holdings. Researchers request access. Knowledge is protected and shared. The past informs the present through preserved texts. Books multiply. Wisdom gathers. Artwork accumulates. Portraits of each emperor, each empress, and significant family members. The gallery grows. Faces from different centuries hang side by side. Artistic styles change, but the subjects remain Romanovs. Canvases fill walls. Ancestors watch. Gardens mature. Trees planted by one generation provide shade for the next. Hedges thickened over decades. Flower beds replanted each spring in the same patterns. Nature grows within human design. Trees grow tall. Gardens flourish. Clothing styles evolve slowly. Military uniforms retain traditional elements even as details modernize. Court dress adheres to conservative standards. Fashion changes elsewhere, but the Romanov household values consistency over novelty. Styles shift slightly. Tradition dominates. Education follows established curricula. Children in the 19th century learn much of what their ancestors learned. Languages, history, military protocol and religious instruction. Proven methods are trusted. Experimentation is minimal. Lessons repeat. Learning continues. Marriages continue to link the Romanovs to other royal families. Alliances are renewed across generations. Cousins marry cousins. The network of relationships becomes increasingly complex, but also increasingly strong. Families unite, bonds multiply. Succession follows rules set down long ago. The eldest son inherits. If no son exists, succession passes to brothers or nephews according to a predetermined order. Clarity prevents conflict. Tradition provides answers before questions arise. Rules are clear. Succession is orderly. Religious observance remains central. The Orthodox Church's calendar structures time. Faith provides meaning. Ritual connects the living to the dead, the present to eternity. Belief is not questioned. It is foundational. Faith endures. Prayer continues. Economic management continues along familiar lines. Taxes are collected, expenses are tracked. Budgets are balanced, mostly. Financial crises are weathered. Prosperity returns. The long view prevails over short-term fluctuations. Money flows. Account balance. Military strength is maintained through consistent investment. Training, equipment, and organization. The army changes slowly, adopting new technologies cautiously. Tradition and modernity coexist. Effectiveness is preserved. Soldiers drill. Readiness is maintained. Diplomacy follows established protocols. Letters are exchanged. Ambassadors are received. Treaties are negotiated. International relationships are maintained through patience and courtesy. Trust builds over years, sometimes over centuries. Nations correspond. Peace is pursued. The empire grows, but growth itself becomes tradition. New territories are added and integrated using familiar methods. Governance extends outward, carrying systems tested at the centre. Expansion is methodical, not chaotic. Borders extend, systems spread, adaptations happen, but slowly. Railroads are built, telegraph lines are strung, gaslight replaces candles, plumbing improves. Each innovation is adopted carefully. New things are made to fit old patterns. Technology arrives. Tradition adapts. Time moves differently in an empire built on routine. Days blur into weeks, weeks into seasons, and seasons into years. Individuals age and pass. The dynasty continues. Faces change. Roles persist. People come and go. The empire remains. In palaces and estates across the vast empire, lamps are lit at the same hours. Meals are served on familiar schedules. Prayers are said in well-worn phrases. Children are born, raised, and married according to custom. Life repeats in comforting patterns. Routines repeat. Comfort prevails. The story of the Romanovs is not one of constant drama, but of enduring sameness. The work of empire is daily, detailed, and repetitive. Maintaining order requires attention, not heroism. Tradition provides the framework. Patience fills the hours. Order is maintained. Patience rewards. Generations overlap. Grandparents advise. Parents manage. Children learn. Each generation teaches the next. Knowledge passes down. Continuity is personal, not abstract. Faces age. Wisdom transfers. Anniversaries mark time. 10 years since a marriage. 20 years since a coronation. 50 years of service. These milestones are noted and celebrated quietly. Time's passage is acknowledged. Years accumulate. Milestones pass. The rhythm of imperial life is like a great wheel turning. Each rotation brings the same positions around again. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Birth, youth, maturity, age. The wheel turns steadily. Positions recur. The cycle continues. Individual lives are short compared to the dynasty's span. An emperor rules for decades but dies. His son takes his place. The transition is smooth because systems are in place. Personal mortality does not threaten institutional continuity. Leaves end. The dynasty persists. Archives preserve not just facts, but patterns. This is how things were done. This is how things are done. Future archivists will record. This is how things were done. The record extends backward and forward. Patterns persist. History guides. The empire's vastness means change happens unevenly. A reform adopted in the capital takes years to reach distant provinces. By the time it arrives, it may be outdated. Yet this slowness prevents hasty mistakes. Caution has value. Distance protects. Communication delays create patience. Questions asked today receive answers next month. Decisions are made with incomplete information. Yet the system functions. Perfect information is impossible. Good enough suffices. Patience is required. Patience is practiced. The dynasty's power rests not on force, but on acceptance. People accept the emperor because his ancestors were emperors. Legitimacy is inherited. This makes the rule easier. Rebellion is unthinkable when authority is ancient. Tradition legitimizes. Acceptance follows. Symbols matter. The crown, the scepter, the orb. These objects carry weight beyond their physical presence. They represent continuity. Each emperor holds what his father held. The objects connect generations. Symbols endure. Meaning persists. Language preserves tradition. Court titles have been unchanged for centuries. Forms of address specified exactly. Religious liturgy in Old Church Slavonic. Language ties present to past. Modern speech incorporates ancient forms. Words carry history. Physical spaces shape behaviour. The throne room demands formality. The chapel demands reverence. Private apartments allow relaxation. Architecture enforces appropriate conduct. Spaces shape actions. Behaviour follows setting. Seasonal rhythms ground imperial life in nature. No matter how powerful the emperor, winter still comes. Spring still arrives. Human power bows to natural cycles. This humility is healthy. Nature rules. Humans adapt. The empire contains multitudes. Different peoples, different faiths, different languages. Unity is imposed but also emerges from shared experience of imperial rule. Diversity exists within unity. Many become one. The empire holds. Trade connects regions. Goods flow from Siberia to the capital and from the capital to the south. Economic integration creates interdependence. Regions need each other. The empire is not just political but economic. Trade binds. Connection strengthens. Cultural exchange enriches all. Eastern influences reach westward. Western ideas travel eastward. The empire is a crossroads. Cultures meet, mix, and create new forms. Purity is impossible. Hybrid vigor results. Cultures blend. Richness increases. Art patronage ensures legacy. Emperors commission buildings, paintings, and music. These works outlive their creators. A palace built by one emperor houses his great-grandson. Art transcends mortality. Beauty endures. Creation immortalizes. Charity demonstrates virtue. The emperor, as father to his people, must show mercy. Alms are distributed. Hospitals are funded. Orphanages are established. Charity is both a religious duty and political wisdom, giving benefits to giver and receiver. Mercy strengthens. Justice must be seen. Courts operate publicly. Decisions are explained. Arbitrary power is limited by legal process. Justice legitimizes rule. Fairness creates loyalty. Law binds even the powerful. Rules apply. Justice prevails. Education expands slowly but surely. Each generation is slightly more literate than the last. Knowledge spreads. The empire becomes more sophisticated. Literacy enables participation. Education empowers. Minds develop. Capacity grows. Infrastructure improves incrementally. A bridge here, a road there. Over decades, the accumulation is significant. Travel becomes easier. Trade increases. Improvement is gradual but real. Progress happens. Connection improves. The church and state support each other. Religious authority reinforces political authority. Political protection enables religious missions. The partnership is ancient, stable, and mutually beneficial. Faith and power intertwine. Both strengthen. Festivals unite communities. Everyone celebrates together. Class distinctions blur temporarily. Shared joy creates shared identity. Festivals are social glue. Communities bond. Unity is felt. And so the dynasty continues year after year through routine and ritual, through births and deaths and marriages, through seasons and ceremonies and the steady passage of uncounted ordinary days. Stability is achieved not through force, but through the simple practice of doing again what was done before. Repetition comforts. Order reassures. The empire is not perfect. Mistakes are made. Injustices occur. But the system persists because it is larger than any individual failure. Problems are addressed within existing frameworks. Reform is possible without revolution. The system bends but does not break. Flexibility preserves. Adaptation continues. 300 years is an immense span. Many families rise and fall in that time. The Romanovs endure. Their secret is not brilliance but consistency. They do the same things, the same ways, year after year. Boring? Perhaps. Effective? Undeniably. Consistency succeeds. You rest now in the knowledge that for 300 years this pattern held. Lamps were lit, meals were served, children were raised, seasons turned. The Romanovs moved through their days according to ancient rhythms, finding security in repetition and strength in continuity. Empires rise and empires fall, but for centuries this one simply continued, day by ordinary day, sustained by the quiet work of countless hands following paths worn smooth by time. Let that long, steady rhythm carry you into your own peaceful rest, knowing that some things endure simply by repeating, simply by being what they have always been, morning after morning, evening after evening, in an unbroken chain of ordinary days that together became history. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked, and thought about the future. Now, you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting, and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them, and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them, and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realized that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission. "I will build a car for the great multitude." He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel, or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation. It was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organized. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, but it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specializes in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organized exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialized. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work, and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighborhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches, or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product. It was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car. He had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand. Its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously, for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which I realised with growing concern they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes, I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Alias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Alias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Alias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Alias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Alias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs, and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast, and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears, and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elias grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political, and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards. But Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realized that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs. Planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elisa's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Elias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter. where my hands had helped build something larger than myself, the choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully, to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley, but letting affection overshadowed prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands, or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, The religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shroud. often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognise the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition, but Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritizing profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling, coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilizing mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around.